Honorable Justice Taiwo of the Federal High Court of Nigeria, who gave us the perspective of the Federal High Court on the tax appeal issues. The third presentation we had yesterday was by a very cerebral Mr. Gabriel Ogunjamilusi, who took us through the rudiments of taxation of oil and gas in Nigeria. And we were also privileged to listen to the presentation of Mr. Emmanuel Eze, who gave us an overview of the base erosion and profit shifting and the fight against harmful tax practices in Nigeria. I believe you also enjoyed the presentation yesterday by Mr. Isaiah Bozimo, who took us through tax appeal and the alternative dispute resolution. Now, one singular currency that was common in most of the presentation yesterday, starting from the keynote address of the permanent secretary, was the issue of virtual hearing, remote hearing. These are part of the innovative solutions to the challenges of COVID that we find ourselves now, our new reality. And we believe that something is going to be missing if we are going to leave this retreat today without touching on this very important issue. And we are very fortunate and very privileged to have in our midst this morning a very, very brilliant senior advocate of Nigeria. You know, we started yesterday with that very beautiful presentation by a senior advocate of Nigeria and a fellow of Tribunal of Action of Nigeria. So we also believe that it's going to be fitting and proper to start today's session also with another equally brilliant young senior advocate of Nigeria. And he's going to be taking us through virtual and remote hearing, coping with challenges of changing time. He's a senior advocate of Nigeria and a fellow of Tribunal of Arbitrator UK, and also a member of Tribunal of Action of Nigeria. He is the partner in the principal partner in the law firm of Mania Legal Consult, with offices in Abuja and Lagos. Madam Abdul studied law at the Ahmadu Bello University, where he graduated as the best graduating student, and he also repeated the same feat at the Nigerian Law School. The National Advocate he obtained his Master of Law with degree, with a Master of Law degree with specialization in taxation. He's a member of Nigerian Association, Nigerian Bar Association, Nigerian Society of International Bar Association, fellow of the Charter of Arbitrators, member Charter of Action of Nigeria. He's also a lecturer in addition to his active legal practice. He lectures at the Faculty of Law, Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria, where he teaches law of contracts, law of torts, Nigerian family law, and clinical legal education. Abdul Ravindadi Mohammed is a notary public for Nigeria. He is the recipient of United States Congressional Award for the protection of freedom of the press. In 2020, December 2020, he was elevated to the prestigious rank of Senior Advocate of Nigeria. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Mr. Abdul Ravindadi.
Permit me to stand on the existing protocol. Mr. Akinsola was doing the introduction. I was actually looking out for the person who was talking about. So, thank you very much, gentlemen, for finding me worthy to present this paper. I'll start this paper by making some what we call karin magana in Hausa. Say karan bana shi ke maganin zomo bana. And there's another one. It says, "Idanki iya canza dole rawa ma ya canza." The Yorubas to have a similar saying. I will say it, but you pardon me if I don't say it right. Say, "Baye basei nikama bayi." I hope I said it well. Oh, thank you very much. Thank you very much. That of the Igbos is quite long, so I'll just tell a story about it. There is a very wise man called the Eneke. Eneke was talking with a fellow bear, and he says to me, it has discovered that hunters have learned to shoot without missing. And he says he has now learned to fly without perching. COVID-19 is a virus that has never, ever been found in the world before now. And the measures taken to confront the virus was that one that nobody had ever envisaged. For never in the history of the world has the entire world been shut down for fear of what we do not even understand. We just know it is deadly, how it is transmitted, what are the things that cure it, why it is not ravaging blacks in Africa, but ravaging blacks in the West. All of these are not yet known. And that was why we had to shut it down, believing that, as an author of a book said, that in 14 days it will come for a short time and it will go. But it is over 12 months now. Actually 2 years, because COVID-19 started in 2019, and it hasn't gone. But COVID tried to stop the world, but the world says we are not going to stop. It is pursuant to that we said, in order for us to continue to get our taxation, to continue to resolve the tax problem, we have to introduce something that will beat COVID. Then came the virtual hearing rules. In law, Lord Denning had actually said, in the famous case of Parker and Parker, what is the argument on the other side? Only this, that no case has been found in which it has been done before. He said, that argument does not appeal to me in the least. If we never do anything which has not been done before, we shall never get anywhere. The law will stand still while the rest of the world go on, and that will be bad for both. This paper is divided into several sections. We had the definition of terms, and I don't think I want to go in with that. Then the background, I've already stated it. Prior to the resolution of what should be, the CJN was the first to release the circular wherein it directed that all courts be shut down because of the ravaging effect of COVID-19. Subsequently, a committee was set in the NJC, and then they introduced virtual hearing guidelines and urged all courts to set up similar guidelines in that line. These guidelines included what is called automation of the filing process, meaning that if you have processes to file, you scan, or you have it in Word version, you convert to PDF, then you submit to the registry, and you send a copy to the opponent. Is there anybody in this hall that doesn't have an email? Definitely no. In fact, what we do nowadays is when you tell us your name, we just put you on Google. If Google doesn't have you, then you're not existing. Yes, because what Google will do is to do all the searches and all the social media to see whether you are there. And it is that one that will pop up. So if you're in Facebook, you're in WhatsApp, you're in Twitter, Instagram, everything, that's what Google will bring. And then there's a very short advertisement where some students were working and then somebody introduced himself to them. And they searched and they didn't find him. And they had to go and report. Say, no, this man is not from the planet. So now everybody with whom you will have a litigation by virtue of this guideline is enjoined to use his email to file the processes. That way, we will not have any need to have any physical contact, since it is suspected that one of the means with which the COVID-19 is transmitted is via physical contact. We've eliminated it in the first place. The Tax Appeal Tribunal, following this guideline, provided in paragraph 8 of its practice direction that electronic filings be done in order to checkmate the COVID-19. Now, another thing that the NJC introduced is service of processes and hearing notices by electronic mail. It did occur prior to the COVID-19 pandemic that somebody was served with a hearing notice for a proceedings in the Court of Appeal via WhatsApp. So they sent a message, please be informed that the proceedings is coming up on XYZ date via WhatsApp. He did receive the WhatsApp. You know how we know you've received a message in WhatsApp? It ticks twice. Then, so before you become techie savvy, it will then turn blue if you've read. Then WhatsApp says, okay, there's a way we can do it so that the other person doesn't see. But then, once it ticks twice, we know it's been delivered. And you know the old rule of service is that if you take a process and you take it to the post office, you address it properly and you submit it, there's a presumption that 7 days from that time you have been served. This is notwithstanding that the parcel did not even leave the post office, because it is presumed that post office does not keep a person's parcel and that the post office will deliver the parcel in the right address. So also is the current guideline that if I send you a message via WhatsApp and it ticks twice, that is fine. Then if I send you a message via email, so long as the email address is correct, that is fine. So that guideline is also there. Now you know Abiola, the late Abiola is a maverick in having sayings. There is this famous quote that you do not bow a man's head in his absence. That is essentially the reason why we serve processes, right? We do not want a man's head to be bowed in his absence. So the tribunal, I am a taxpayer, and the FIRS gives me a demand note that I find outrageous. I write to them, they refuse to budge. So I come to the tribunal to complain. And then I serve them via email. On the day the tribunal fixed for hearing, they refuse to come. Mr. Abdul, are you sure we are able to go on? I say, yes, honorable members of the tribunal, we can, because I did serve them by email. How am I sure you served them? My lord, here is the sent mail. Their email address is this, and I have sent. And when I was sending, I copied the registry. Registry, did you receive the mail? Yes, we did. He's been served, please proceed. FIRS will not come tomorrow and say, I did not know. Even if the person to whom service was made did not read the mail. For in the world of business, diligence is the most reasonable expectation. And that is why the law says, when you serve a business letter to the other person, and in it, you make allegation. Say, you, Mr. Kinshola, I gave you 10 million naira in January. You promised you were going to pay me 10 million naira back with profit in February. It is now March, you have not paid me. Then Mr. Kinshola sees the letter and says, don't mind Mr. Abdul, I'm not going to respond to this letter. You can take just that letter to court to ask for the 10 million, even if you do not have the receipt of payment to it. Because it was a business letter I sent to him and he refused to respond to it. So also if processes are served on you, in fact, you know what we have in court is say you are hereby commanded that within so and so days, you respond to these processes, failing which judgment will be entered against you. So virtual hearing, then comes the big problem. And that problem is the problem of remote court seating. I want to ask a question. Is this place a public place where we are sitting now? Is it? It is? I do not think it's a public place. Reason being that the only people that are allowed to be permitted are only members who are, yes. So it's not, isn't it? But in the court where the tribunal sits, is it a public place? It's a public place because anybody could wander into the place and sit, right? Now I want to ask a question. Should nobody come, say case is fixed for hearing in that tribunal, and then only members of the tribunal come, then the parties, and then nobody else comes. Is there a public hearing? Yes. It's a public hearing because of the fundamental facts that people are not mandated to come, but people are not prevented from coming. Yeah? For virtual hearing, that's where we have a big dilemma. Because you know why we are concerned about public hearing? Because the Constitution requires it. And why does the Constitution require it? It's because of the simple fact that what is justice is not what the tribunal feels justice is, but what an ordinary man sitting in court takes as his view that justice has been done. And you know that is why when you hear political cases, you keep wondering, say this judiciary, what's wrong with them? But then, essentially, the reason why hearing ought to be public is that the expectation of a reasonable man who sits in the gallery to watch is that he takes home the view that justice is being done. So, virtual hearing has a problem. Virtual hearing is not public hearing ordinarily, so, right? Because for you to participate in a virtual hearing, you must, if you're doing link, if it's Zoom, you must have the link, right? You must have the link. If you do not have the link, you cannot join. In fact, last 2 weeks, I was invited to a meeting, but this one is via Google Team. And I hate, I hate changes. I don't like changes. I want them gradual. So I had done Zoom, and the guy sent me a team link. And I said, why team? I don't want team. Let's do Zoom. They said, do team is also in vogue. So I had to now download team, and then I clicked it. And I said it was fantastic. Now, that is the reason why the remote hearing procedure of the Tax Appeal Tribunal is very fantastic. It says remote hearing may be by any video, if you have my paper, page 5 of it, any video communication that is accessible to the general public to be determined by the tribunal. Any. So it could be Zoom, it could actually be WhatsApp, it could actually be Team, It could be any other one that is yet to be introduced, isn't it? So when I saw this, I was like, wow, the Tax Appeal Tribunal just knocked it, because it did not limit it. Because tomorrow we could have maybe not Zoom, maybe Zoom could wind up. And then if it lists Zoom, we'll be dead. You recall the first electronic telephone that had email was BlackBerry, right? Everybody, myself and Mr. Akishola, we used to put our phone by the side of our belt and we would walk around with it. We do shackle with it at the time. Does anybody have a BlackBerry in this hall? So Zoom that is invoked today could turn out not to be invoked at all. So by the use of the term any, the Tax Appeal Tribunal had done one of the most fundamental goals that a draftsman seeks to achieve. That is to provide a material that looks into the future, even though he doesn't have clairvoyance of God. So I have to just clap for yourselves, please. Now, we were talking about the hearing. You know, it says that it's open to the accessible, that is accessible to the general public to be determined by the tribunal. You recall I said to you that once we are in the Tax Appeal Tribunal and then nobody comes in, the proceedings will still be said to be in public because it is accessible, even though nobody came. Right? So this term is that so long as that proceedings is accessible to the general public, then it is fine. Now, of course, there will be argument that general publics will be limited, perhaps only to people who have Android and iPhones, isn't it? But then it's a general public, isn't it? Because I'm sure in this hall, everybody here has either an Android phone or an iPhone, right? There's nobody here that doesn't have an Android phone or a phone with which he could use to do a virtual proceedings. So if I say, and it's been done before, and I say, okay, gentlemen, take up your phone, and in your phone type www.taxappealtribunal, right? All of you who do that, when you press that on your phone, you will see the same page of the opening page of the Tax Appeal Tribunal. Am I right? So that is now fulfilling the constitutional requirement of being accessible to the general public. Now, this takes us to the concerns. You know, Machiavelli is a bad man. Machiavelli is a good man. Machiavelli is a hero. Machiavelli is a feared man. And then he said, there is nothing more difficult to do or more doubtful of success than to initiate a new order of things. For the lukewarm defenders are those who profit by the old order. I'm sure amongst the members of the tribunal, there are some who do not like, even if you send them things by email, they'll tell their secretary, print it for me, print it, bring it. all this hard copy, all this soft copy, I don't like it. Bring it for me. Then they will have in their office, they will first write their ruling or judgment in longhand. Then they will give to a secretary to type. When they could have easily done it with their system. I can see some guilty people already smiling. But it's all right. Machiavelli actually did say that your best change should be gradual change. And so it's not something wrong, so long as you're able to catch up. Because really, as Lord Denning earlier said, if you miss it, it will be bad for both. So that the tribunal is sitting, and I come and I say, my Lord, I have already filed the processes. And my Lord is trying to look for it in the hard file, whereas it is in his email. So, and then my Lord says, I don't have it, delivers a ruling on the basis that we did not get it, and then it's taken on appeal, and evidence is shown that it was sent, it was in the email at the time it was served, then it will make bad the effort that is being done by the introduction of this rule. So let us catch up. Catching up is easy, actually. So now, the problems are the problems contained in section 36 sub 1, section 36 sub 3, and section 36 sub 4, all of which require that proceedings in court should be done in public. A very interesting case, just for the story, Menaka and Menaka, those kind of stories that Mr. Akinshola would love to write in the UK program. So Dr. Menaka is a politician, I think he's a minister also. So he wanted to divorce his wife, very rotten, nasty things, sexual deprivation, infidelity, kind of very nasty, you know. And then he says to the wife, our public figure need to be bad. What do we do? Let's not embarrass ourselves in public. So they approached the judge and said to him, we want these matrimonial proceedings to be conducted in your chambers because we don't want people to know about the things we're going to say. Judge said, oh, yeah, they're very real. Big men should not, you know. So they went into chambers, did everything, and my Lord delivered a ruling. When he delivered his judgment, the matter now went to the Court of Appeal. And then that one, public don't finish now, isn't it? And then he went to the Supreme Court. In the Supreme Court first said to the judge, who are you to conduct proceedings in chambers? Because first, proceedings in chambers are not proceedings in public, isn't it? In fact, as I am standing now as a senior advocate, even though I am old, I have over a decade on. I can count the number of chambers I have been to just to go and greet the judge, but not to conduct any proceedings. Because business of court is never done in chambers. In fact, there was a time there was a criminal case I was doing in Kaduna. So we were sitting in the open court, and they said, my Lord has come, that we should come, that the proceedings will be done in chambers. I asked my friends who are practicing there, they said, oh, no, that this particular judge, that's how he does his things. So I now said, okay, no problem. I went into the chambers, and when they did first case, I was so it came to my turn, and I said, my Lord, sir, I just don't know. You know, the problem is that we can concede to these proceedings, and then when the matter ever goes to the Court of Appeal, it is you they will insult. And I'm trying to fathom how I'm going to defend you in the event that they insult you at the Court of Appeal. He said, okay, what is it you are saying? I said, well, we can't do these proceedings. It's a criminal trial. We can't do it in your chambers. For a very long time, it was that day I knew he had to wear his robe and come out. And that robe was quite dusty. Actually, he's not been wearing it. So, Edibo, against the state, all of those are principles that say trials should be done in public. And as such, we have to ensure that whenever we are given the link for the proceedings, that we know that the tribunal is the tribunal that was given the leverage. So it is the tribunal sitting that says, okay, let's do team. We agree to do team. So in the hearing notice that will be pasted, usually in the courts, they usually put this on the day's proceedings. So you say, oh, case of Ajib Oil against FIRS. Proceedings, hearing of application, Zoom link, you put the link there. Anybody who wants types it and goes in to watch. There's a way it's done. When we did the NBA conference, when we did the arbitrators conference, we could allow access to people all over the world, but you just have access to what is happening. You cannot speak, you can't record, you can't interact, you can't disrupt. So you could do that. And when you do that, you have met the rules which is accessible to the public. You have met the dilemma that the Menakaya and co were facing, and then you have beat the law, isn't it? Well, okay, it's not the law you're beating, Tribunal, I'm sorry. It's the virus you're beating. So, you know, the reason why I quoted Machiavelli is that you will always have resistance. People always resist change. You know, when we started our democracy, somebody went to the court and obtained an injunction that election results should not be declared. You remember? Huh? Somebody went to courtroom, which is one of the fundamental places for enthronement of rule of law, democracy, and good governance, to obtain an order that elections results should not be declared in this country. So not everybody is susceptible to change. And immediately, people started abiding by the recommendation of the NJC that virtual hearing be introduced by various courts. The Attorney General of Ekiti State was furious. How dare you guys? How do you want to subvert the Constitution? Everybody who doesn't want something looks for a law to support him. Huh? So he rushed to the Supreme Court, sued the Attorney General of the Federation and all the Attorney Generals of the states, saying, my lords, you have to declare under your original jurisdiction that virtual hearing is unconstitutional because Section 36 sub 1, sub 3, sub 4 says hearing should be done in public. Virtual hearing is not public. Very frightening argument, isn't it? So, you know what? That proceedings for the hearing of that appeal was done virtually. Isn't that ironic? Huh? The guy said virtual hearing is unconstitutional. Then he took it to the Supreme Court. You know, that's the final court. In Hausa we say, court in the Gashi say Allah Isa. You know, you don't go anywhere else. And then the Supreme Court sent hearing notices via virtual hearing. And by Honorable Attorney General, you know, I thought he would have just said he's not going to participate, isn't he? The fellow joined the link and did the Zoom. And in the proceedings, he was asked, okay, can you hear us? Yes. Can you see us? Yes. Are you seeing the other parties there? Yes. Okay. Do you note that there are other people in the gallery? Yes. So what's the problem? So he withdrew. He withdrew the protest. But the Supreme Court now used the opportunity to say that virtual hearing, so long as it has accessibility to the public and there is no impediment to the parties, a virtual hearing meets the requirement of the Constitution. That again takes us back to Parker and Parker, right? If the law doesn't catch up, it will be bad for both. Because during the time of the lockdown, some persons were brought to court. They've been arraigned. Maybe big men, like, you know, who have been enjoying rooms that have air conditioner, no power outages, and all of that. And then they were taken to the Kuje prison, right? Then government did lockdown. Are you going to remain there for that length of time that we were in lockdown? It's not going to be right, isn't it? Because they had a toga of the presumption of innocence, isn't it? So it is by virtual hearing that their proceedings will continue so that they will be able to have access to justice. Then there's something else that is more important. You know, access to justice is actually more important than accessibility by people who are just coming to know what is happening. Right? So let me give a very typical example. You know, most of these times, all these oil majors, they might be querying taxes that they have to pay. Then if they want to go to renew their licenses, the federal government might refuse because of the fact that they have not paid their taxes. And the tax appeal tribunal is there to resolve those kind of disputes. And the tax appeal is shut down. What happens? Even Nigeria will grind down, isn't it? Because the revenue with which the country runs is revenue being generated from those. So we have to move on. We just have to move on. So the Supreme Court said, no, sorry, your proposition is wrong, and it was thrown off. In commercial law, which tax falls under, you don't have problems, actually. And this was shown in a UK case of the National Bank of Kazakhstan against the Bank of New York Millions. This is a case that was done virtually by persons in England, Kazakhstan, United States, and Belgium at a time. In fact, we have to thank COVID-19, isn't it? Since the coming of COVID-19, I've held meetings with people in England, America, other countries. In fact, Saudi Arabia, just yesterday with some people in Dubai. But for COVID, I would have to take my bag, travel all the place. And you know, let me tell you something, I still charge them like I'm going to travel to those places. So it's good money for me, and still we still achieve the goal. So these proceedings was between persons, some were in England, others were in Kazakhstan, others were in the United States of America, and another was in Belgium. If you look at the map of the world, that's when you understand what I'm talking about. Spread a very large expanse of land, and yet there was no disruption at all. I'm sure in the back of our mind, we'll be saying, if it's Nigeria, it will not work. It's not true. In Nigeria, it works. It's the bandwidth you are buying. If you buy MTN data 100 naira, you know it will not work for you. Huh? And then you will have alternative. If MTN doesn't work, Glo is there. If Glo doesn't work, it is salad. If it's not smart, if it's not spectranet, like that. So that you do the karambana, which is Magano Zomombana. So the advantages, it's easier. Sorry, I said it earlier, you were not there at the beginning. Karambana shine Magano Zomombana dog is the antidote for hunting the modern rabbit. I said it earlier when I started the paper. Could you remember? Yes. No, sorry about that. The modern dog is the antidote hunting the modern rabbit. I could actually tell you the story behind it, but I think my 30 minutes is eyeing me, so let me just not eye it back. It's easier for everyone to schedule a definite time for a hearing. So you know what we used to suffer is that when your case is fixed for Monday, you just go to court on Monday, and you could be in court up to 4. They've not called your case. But if it's Zoom, for instance, you'll be given a particular time. So you could actually efficiently use your time more than you would have ordinarily used it, but for the coming of and virtual hearing. So that's a plus, isn't it? In case of a postponement, or if a judge needs to reschedule a matter, it will have less adverse effect on the parties, as everyone will be at the comfort of their homes. Right? So, say there is a tax appeal hearing in the lawyer that was taken is the lawyer that is from Kano, and the other one is from Port Harcourt. Ordinarily, but for COVID, right? They will all travel a day before. Come get rooms in Transcorp Hilton and other hotels, right? Then go to court the next day. In fact, the judge, the tribunal that is more nice will be the one that will tell you a day before. And probably you are that kind of person that plans your stuff very well. So you took the morning flight to come to Abuja for the proceedings. And then in the evening, they tell you that, oh, the judge had sent a message, the tribunal has sent a message, one of the members is not able to convene, so we have to adjourn. We lawyers, we do cause the tribunal, but we don't tell the tribunal. So, but with this now, all you need to do is the same link, the same channel that you sent the notice and the virtual hearing link, is the same channel you call to say it's been postponed. So nobody actually suffers anything other than the little discomfort. Then you suffer something, but there's a discomfort. But the discomfort is not as much as the hassle of traveling, the hassle of getting a hotel, the hassle of even coming to court. You know, sometimes it's when you even come to the court that you are told that the tribunal will not confirm. So it saves you all those hassles. So we have to give thumbs up to virtual hearings. It enables proper record keeping, as the session can be easily recorded. That's a given, isn't it? There will be little or no need to travel. This is less stressful and will reduce accident rates, loss of life. In fact, me, I'm an environmentalist. It will reduce fumes, carbon monoxide. And the world, in fact, since COVID, the world has been better. There is less ice melting in the ice caves. Huh? In fact, you remember there was a time crude oil reduced significantly because nobody needs it. Although we are suffering, but then we have to cope with it. Huh? So, sending exhibits in advance of hearing through teleconferencing to the judge and counsel will help all parties to further understand the case, prepare their objection, and then deal with it. But virtual hearing is not all rosy, right? You know, they also have a philosophy, they say, meaning that a new wife, she doesn't do any wrong. Even if she, you know, because she's new, whatever she does, oh no problem, darling, but she does wrong, though. It's just that she has not reached the stage where she will be told, isn't it? So, COVID has its challenges, particularly in Nigeria. So, one of which is inadequate power supply. So, you could have a situation where members of the tribunal, first, I think it might even be more costly for the tribunal now, because the tribunal will have to have all members kitted up with all those virtual devices. They'll have to buy data for each and every member, and each and every member could even say it needs generator for the time that it will run. It could just skyrocket the cost. So and that's because we have inadequate power supply. Then poor internet connectivity by service providers. Yes, so the tribunal cannot afford, whereas an individual could afford, say, MTN, Glo, and another, it will be too costly on the tribunal to have more than one, because the tribunal will be buying loads of bandwidths. And as such, it's so poor internet connectivity. Then the next is availability of the appropriate facility in the court. I think I should even change it, appropriate facility with the members of the tribunal. Because you recall during the time of the lockdown, the members of the tribunal will be in their houses now, Abi. They will not be able to even come out to do what they want to do. So it's accessibility, availability of appropriate facility with members of the tribunal. The lack of access to smart devices to accommodate any of the wider range of virtual hearing available. So here's the thing, you know, you could actually use your smartphone to do Zoom. But say you have a very busy line. Has anybody done Zoom with his phone and then the call comes in? You know, sometimes, man, if you may want to cut, but probably is your Oga that is calling. You don't want to do user busy for him. May I have Oga? I will not be able to, cut his call. Oh, Tom. Now you want to wait for the thing to ring out. And at that time you are waiting, maybe counsel was citing a very important case law. Then, as you wait, Zoom signs you off. You now have to sign back in. And then it turns out that you joined, elected to write the decision. And you did not cite that decision, whether to support it or to distinguish it. No dilemma. So, what does it mean now? It means that ordinarily the tribunals should not get appropriate devices. So maybe a palm top, a laptop with the software and all of that. Is that no additional cost? Lack of technological know-how in operating this software by the players in the field. Yes, of course. So some people, you will have to train them on how to do these. I had to actually, there is one of my Oga that if we have to do a virtual meeting, I have to go to him, set up his device for him all the time. Then there are times where you ought to mute so that you hear the others. I have to do that for him all of the time. And when he wants to talk, I have to go and unmute it for him all of the time. So it's difficult, isn't it? So these are challenges. Then there is cyber attack. You recall during the Sorosoki protest, NSAS protest, it was rumored that CBN's website has been attacked, that monies will be sent to people, they should be waiting for alert. But okay, let's not talk about CBN, but there was a time some bank's website was attacked, people's monies were withdrawn, and there was no way anybody could help it. So cyber attack is a fundamental challenge to virtual hearing. Therefore, yes, we'll conclude now by saying, COVID-19, thank you for bringing us an alternative now, because now it has become an alternative, isn't it? An alternative hearing procedure. However, in utilizing this alternative procedure, it's best to put the disadvantages at the back of your mind and harness the advantages. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Mr. Abdul. That was a very, very interesting presentation. Please, do you have questions for him?
Okay. Yeah. Yes, sir. So I will just sit down and take the questions, and then when the questions are over, I'll stand up and respond. Thank you.
My own just being clear on whether virtual hearing is an alternative to physical or not, especially when the COVID-19 is finally over. That's my clearance at home. Secondly, when you spoke about the hearing, virtual hearing being interrupted by a committee, I think there should be two gadgets in one hand. Like myself now, I don't use my handset for virtual hearing. I keep it aside, I use my tablet, and I make sure that I don't use my tablet for calling or receiving call or making call. It's dedicated for the virtual, maybe something like that. But I'm not concerned with my first one. In the event that coronavirus is over, is it an alternative? Which one is superior? Kind of. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Presenter. I have to commend you for a very good presentation. I don't know, is there any rules that talk about this visual hearing? That's my question. Yes.
Yes,
Good morning, Mr. Presenter. Thank you, sir. Richard Bala, North Central Zone.
thank you, sir.
And we know how through virtual hearing issues like examination issue, where a witness is not around the counsel, can be done. And cross-examination, all this, we would want to know how possible that can be done through virtual hearing. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
After this week, we go to this other week.
My name is Ajay Bamidele Abuja. Now, considering the advantages that you have listed, which are very clear, looking at the jurisdictional issues that is limiting some panels in the paucity of cases. Now, will jurisdiction be necessary again? Because it can be held anywhere, and it doesn't matter which panel is handling the case. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Presenter. A very wonderful one. I think before now, I was in Ekiti, but now I want to come to Abuja. I fixed my intent with the Ekiti position. But now I am in Abuja, I have actually been encouraged that it is something that will work. But I want to maybe put a small point to what my Oga said about examination, cross-examination, objections, and so on and so on the laws of evidence. Who controls the proceedings? Is it the judge who actually sees to lead the proceedings, or the person in the control room? Because when somebody stands to make an objection, who agrees that he should continue with the objection? How do you control the witness who actually does not listen to what is happening in the proceedings? In the courtroom, you have the process of the opportunity of controlling his demeanor, his actions, his statements. Who controls those things? Again, what happens where you have a very important witness who does not have access to the internet? When the other person is on ground, but he is very critical to the proceedings, but he does not have access to, do you bring him to the courtroom so that he will participate in the process, or do you get off? And finally, what happens where the proceedings are on, and eventually one of the counsels or the tribunal itself lost inside it. Now, do you now just stop the proceedings because one party is out? Or do you continue with the proceedings with understanding that you will give him a feedback when eventually he comes back? These are some of the little issues I want you to speak to. Thank you.
Can we take the last question?
Thank you, Mr. Presenter. Very good presentation. I consider you an orator. My name is Chukwemeka, is the chairman of Southeast Zone. Yes, practically speaking, reverse situations we were going on with these Zoom hearings. And the council will continue to shout, yes, my Lord, I cannot hear you, my Lord, I cannot hear you. For the next 10 minutes, 20 minutes. That's one. To issue of dressing. Some people will dress ramshackle, and by that time you have commenced proceedings. Do you stop the proceedings for them to go and dress well and return for the proceedings to continue? Some people will be sitting on their beds, and that is where they are. Besides, there are some parts of the country where telecommunication services are very poor, very, very poor, that they don't have any form of control. If you do the hearing 10 times from that part of the country, they will continue, you continue to experience the same problem. So do they need to travel to solve the internet to find out where telecommunication will not give problem, and then travel to those areas where they can hear well? Finally, if you end the proceedings thinking that somebody was participating, at the end of the day, he tells you he never heard anything, that his phone could not permit him to hear all that you discussed. What happens to the whole proceedings? To discard it completely or to ignore the complainant. Thank you very much.
I respected Sam. We really enjoyed the lecture. I haven't had the comments, reservations by members of this house. I want to say with every seriousness, the version of hearing will not be the best for trial of cases because there are a lot of impediments, a lot of difficulties. It's not natural. It's too cosmetic. Subject, to a lot of disruptions. People, you're not really carrying the people along. It's too artificial. You can't get true justice. Everything is like cosmetic. And I want to say, with every respect, that it's still better, if not because of the situation, COVID. And when COVID goes, we go back to our normal hearing procedure, physical hearing. I think that's the best in circumstances. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I was trying to set up a Zoom meeting now where we could demonstrate all these challenges so that you see that it's not a challenge at all. It's actually not a challenge at all. When we did the NBA conference via Zoom, the people that participated were 25,000. 25,000 persons across. We invited some people from America, from England, from South America, from Yemen. So virtual hearing has come to stay. My response to you is the response of Machiavelli. You have to change to accept it. Now, let me tell you, the world even the way it rotates. You know, we see morning and day. You think it's starting, it has never reversed. Virtual hearing will never stop. It has come. So to the first question, yes, it's an alternative. It's an alternative to direct hearing, so that now parties could opt to say, my Lord, instead of public hearing, we go for virtual hearing. Last week, we had an arbitral proceedings. You know, arbitration is a private proceeding, but it's more or less like a court proceedings. But in the proceedings, what we stated in the contract was that hearing shall be in Abuja. Hearing shall be in Abuja. Then proceedings were to commence. Then one of the parties sent an email and said, we'll be having logistical issues about traveling to Abuja. We have a virtual hearing. And the parties said, yes, let's have a virtual hearing. And the virtual hearing, you set up a Zoom already. Oh, you can see. So it could be live. So we agreed that we should do virtually. And when we did the virtual hearing, the heavens did not fall. And nobody is going to say that it is not constitutional. It was deliberate that the Supreme Court sanctioned it. If a person complaining had withdrawn, the Supreme Court proceeded to make declarations to say it was valid, it was constitutional, because it may not have another opportunity to do that. So it's an alternative. Thank you very much, man. Everybody who wants to go now can just go to, yes. So you just check the link, you see it. It's changed. Yes. Okay, here's the way it's done. So I want to give you the worst case scenario. The worst case scenario is a defendant who is in prison, is in Kuje prison, right? Of course, he wouldn't have a device. So it becomes the duty of the prison to provide the facility for him, right? Then his lawyer is in Lagos, right? Then the prosecution is in Abuja, right? The judge, though sitting in Abuja, has gone to his village in Ekiti because of lockdown, right? The registrar of the court, or Sambisa, the registrar of the court probably rushed to take his daughter for medical treatment in Egypt, right? So my Lord calls him. Tomorrow we are having case XYZ and we have to go on with that matter. Set up a Zoom and send to the parties, right? So Zoom sends to me, prosecutor. The case is for me, prosecutor, to call my witnesses, right? So I want to call 4 witnesses. So when the link is sent to me, I'll send the link to my 4 witnesses as it becomes due for them to give evidence. Because in criminal law, witnesses should not hear the thing that another witness is saying, right? So I'll just need to call the witnesses and say to them, I'm going to admit you to a Zoom link, but you will be in the waiting room. Have you ever waited in the waiting room in a Zoom meeting? Good. So those people, they will be in the waiting room. So I call witness number 1 before the judge. My Lord comes in. On his screen, he'll be seeing all the relevant parties. Who are the relevant parties? Himself, the registrar, plaintiff counsel, defendant counsel, and accused. Right? Then you say, can you hear me? Then everybody will unmute and say, yes, my Lord, we can hear you. Right? Then say, okay, if he's the administrator, he can actually mute everybody and unmute people. So you say, okay, I'm now going to mute you so that we will not have any conflicting noise. So everybody is muted. Court clerk is the one in charge of the waiting room. He gives accessibility and denies it once it becomes due for those witnesses who are waiting. So proceedings commence. Yes, can I take appearance? Yes, my Lord, appearing is Abdul Mohammed. I'm appearing with Mr. Larry Akinshola for the prosecution. Then respondent, Prince Anyuku for the defense. So thank you. Okay, what is today's business? Is for prosecution to call his first witness. Yes, can you call the first witness? Say, my Lord, the clerk now. First witness is in the waiting room. I'm going to just admit him now. Of course, the lawyer called him his joint. And so he admits first witness who comes in as PW1. So first witness, where are you? Can we see you? Yes, video on. Raise your hand. Take the oath, and then he takes the oath. Then your witness, he commences the question. Then at one point, a document that is not tendered before, he says, my Lord, the witness talked about an Akara paper that he found, and I want to tender it. As he says that, the other person who is on mute will just unmute and say, my Lord, I have an objection. They say, okay, let us hear your objection. They say, my Lord, no, I'm not even talking about the paper, he's objecting. You say, okay, talk about the paper, let me hear first. Then you will do the objection. Who is controlling the proceedings? That question. Now, yes, I agree with you. It's not as simplistic as I'm talking about. I agree with you. So, say he's in Sambisa, and then internet there is poor, right? The guideline says if internet is poor, you are John. You are John. But of course, it's like that. Say you fix an actual hearing, then plaintiff calls the witness, and the witness says he cannot hear what you are talking about. What would you do? Say you say you should go and get something that will assist his hearing. Huh? Or a witness comes and says he only speaks Hausa and there is no interpreter. What happens? You are John. It's so commonsensical. So if you are not able to continue, you are John. Now that brings us to the problem of that one. You say, hello? Yes, hello? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? I can hear you. No, I cannot hear you. Of course, we do have that. But if they have the hang of it, it will go. Mr. Kinshola, you were in that proceedings I'm talking about. One of us had a problem. And so we gave him, the tribunal said, okay, stop. Everybody mute. Everybody muted. Then tribunal said, okay, Mr. A unmute. Mr. A unmuted. Can you hear me? Yes. Okay, Mr. A turn off. Mr. B, it was simple. We did the proceedings for 2 hours, nothing happened. In Abuja, some of them were in Lagos, some of them were, another person was in Ekiti. If you get a hang of it, you will never even want to do actual hearing. I tell you, once you get a hang of it, you will never ever want to do actual hearing. So it's not with quotation cosmetic, no, it's actual, but virtually actual. Now there's this dilemma, you can always have those criminal guys who will come, So proceedings are conducted and they're not happy about it. So they say, I cannot hear. It's not true. Even if you do not record in Zoom, you can get back to Zoom. They'll bring back the meeting for you. In it, you will know the people that were online, the people that joined. So he cannot tell you that he was not hearing when in actual, by the evidence you can hear. In fact, why virtual hearing is better. You know, you could be doing something, a party could make a representation. He could actually come to court and concede a motion, and then later on says no. So, how do you control witnesses? I think we dealt. How do you do with a person who does not have internet? It's just the same way that you deal with a person who has to come to the North Central Zone for his proceedings from the place where there is no tax appeal tribunal. Right? Or does the tax appeal tribunal go to people's houses to do their proceedings? That's the answer. How do you do what were the tribunal, what the tribunal misses or somebody is called? Now here, that's a technical issue and it's very serious. You know, is it Oshadele case? Well, what happened in that case is very interesting. There were 3 members of the tribunal. So on one particular day, a member of the tribunal did not sign the proceedings. So when the matter came to the Court of Appeal, they delivered judgment. In fact, the judgment they delivered did not refer to the proceedings of that particular day. But when they came to the Court of Appeal, they contended that one of the members was not in the proceedings or the proceedings. And the Court of Appeal said because he wasn't there, there was breach of right of fair hearing. The Supreme Court affirmed the decision, and that was what made Adeleke to lose his victory that he got at the tribunal. It's not that they gave justices of the Supreme Court money. So bottom line, if you receive a call and you got off the Zoom will record it. In fact, if you are paying attention, you will see that the person has gone off. All you need to do is to come back, let the member come back, and say to him, member, when you got off, XYZ was said, could you repeat yourself? So that you are sure all the members get it. Now, this becomes very technical, isn't it? But then, you're in a technical world, you have to catch up with it. And so the solution given by the first person who asked the question should be the solution. Want to do Zoom, do not use the device that people will frequently call in. Dressing during virtual hearing. You see, I am a disciplinarian even when I go to court and I see you are not properly dressed. Even before I became a senior advocate, I'll tell you are not properly dressed. And if you even refuse to take that, I will stand up and tell the judge that my learned friend is not properly dressed. I will tell him to walk out. So virtual hearing, you would absolutely tell me, go and get properly dressed before you proceed. Yes, he can sit on his bed. In fact, he can do it without his trousers, but he was wearing a tie and a shirt. Yeah, I think so. So that is it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Abdul. Please permit me to invite the coordinating secretary to present Mr. Abdul his award. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the Commissioner, the Chairman, the Secretariat and staff of Class Appeal Tribunal, we thank you very much for this beautiful invitation this morning. You have indeed made my day. Thank you very much.
Thank you once again. So quickly we go to the next paper presentation. The second paper presentation. Okay. The topic is emerging issues in transfer pricing, and that will be done by Mr. Matthew. Not Bola from FRS. Can you give me a round of applause?
Good morning. And it is my privilege to stand before you to bring us discussion on emerging issues in transfer pricing. While technical is helping us to load the paper, permit me to congratulate the son. He did a very wonderful one on the issue of virtual hearing. I believe that there will always be challenges, but what separates man from other animals is our ability to overcome challenges. We're going to be discussing emerging issues in transfer pricing. Can we go on this?
Yes, sir.
Technical, are we there? Or do you want to give me the device to control? Oh, okay, good. Because our time is very short, we look at the context of the paper and then look at some. Move on to the next slide, not this one. Next slide, yeah, good. So we look at the context and then we look at structures of MNEs, concept of transfer pricing. We look at emerging issues and then we'll conclude. Can we go? Sir, please, you need to be with us. Thank you. Now, there's always a question when we're talking about taxation. And I will illustrate it by an experience I had some years ago, maybe about 20 years ago or thereabouts on this job. I led a team of audits to a company. And after we finished the audits and presented our report, and the managing director of the company turned to the audit team and said, Mr. Mojibola, you and your team, you have done very well. Thank you very much. But you are saying that my company is owing this amount of money. I said, yes, sir. He said, you know that the road that you traverse to get to my office, we fix it by ourselves. He said, do you know that the drainage where the water floods the streets, we did it ourselves? And this is how much tax I paid last year. This is how much I paid the year before. What have I seen from it? And now you are asking me to come and pay more. And so this is the issue of the traditional question of which comes first. Now we have issues of good governance, which we know that when we have good governance, we'll have public goods. We also know that when we have enough public goods, the roads are running well, there's security everywhere, there is power, we can communicate and do all. Then we know that the economy will boom. And if there is a boom in the economy, it will become a lot easier for people to comply with tax. So it's a cycle. Can we go on, please? And so is that same question, therefore, of the chicken and the egg? Which one comes first? Do we have good governance first? Or do we have the resources for good governance first? It's a debate that none of us can win, either party you belong to. Can we move on, please? But let me quote Stimo, Stimbo is a professor of political economy. And he said, governments need money. Modern governments need lots of money. How they get the money and who they take it from are two of the most difficult political issues. And that is the truth. There's no doubt. I remember the first time that Lagos State, under the late Lateef Jakonde, in 1980, had a budget of around 100 million naira. I mean, that was the first state to ever cross the 100 million naira budget for the year. I was a small boy, I was still a schoolboy there. But I said, wow, how can a state spend 100 million naira in a year? I was looking at the statistics of collection of IGR during the week. And I think there was even a JTV publication on that. Lagos State was, I think, gross almost $500 billion internally generated revenue in the last year. So you can see how we have moved. Yes, we can discount inflation, but even if we still discount inflation, the fact that we need to build light rail, just like it's been done in the rivers or that we are having in Abuja, that we need to have satellites that we didn't have when I was a small boy in the 60s. So that tells us that the more we advance, the more resources we need to put there. I'm sure many of us will recall that a Volkswagen B2 in 1980 was 1,800 naira, brand new. But the question is, the same Volkswagen B2 today, you can't get it. Even if you put all the inflations together, it can't come back to 1,800 naira. Because there are so many features that were not in the 1980 model that you now have in the model of today. And so, when the more we advance, the more society advances, the more money, the more resources is required. Can we please go on, sir? Now, when we talk about the ability of taxpayers to arrange their affairs, I mean, we will always remember Judge Lenhand. Judge Lenhand, in the celebrated case, he ruled that anyone may arrange his affairs so that his taxes shall be as low as possible. He doesn't hold the treasury any favor to arrange his affair to pay more than he really should pay. That's actually the judgment there. And because of this judgment, many taxpayers, particularly corporate taxpayers, have devised various means by which they will minimize the effective tax rate. And that is why we now have a lot of tax agents, tax consultants, that we always say, come to us, we can help you to reduce your tax burden. Can we go on, please, to the next? Let's go on. And then you see people who are providing tax avoidance schemes to taxpayers. I mean, they will come to you and say, look, we can, how much did you pay last year? 100 million naira, that is too much. We can make it 75 for you. You take us in. And how do they do that? Can we move on? They do that in a number of ways. And the major way is transfer pricing. And now, what then is the answer? What is the response? Because, please forgive me, I didn't do science, but I listened to people who did science. They said that actions are equal and in the opposite direction. That is, if I borrow from the sound I just spoke, I can then speak a little bit of Ungati to say, that is, it is the same force you apply against a palm tree that the palm tree will apply back to you. So what you see therefore, I don't believe in the theory of evolution. I don't believe in it, that men came from ape, and I don't believe that. But this helps us to illustrate what I want to say. If we take taxpayer in attitude, not in person now, just looking at attitude. If we take taxpayers in attitude, beginning from the far left, advancing to the far right, you will see a big difference. From somebody who was stooping to somebody who was holding a book to somebody who was holding a tablet. There is a progression in attitude, in approach to taxation. Similarly, tax authority must also change its game along with the changes in behavior of taxpayers. Can we go to the next slide, please? And so that will help us as we now look at the structures of business. Next slide, please. Now, if you look at this picture, it provides a summary of the way multinational entities structure their business worldwide. You will see ACO is the ultimate parent company, and it could be anywhere. It could be in the UK or in any of the capital-rich countries. It has an intermediate company, which is also a parent company. Let's call it BICO. BICO could be in any country, could be in a regional hub in UAE, could be in Nigeria, could be anywhere. And then it will have a small partnership where a BICO will be a partner, maybe a research, maybe a common project, somewhere. And then you have subsidiaries. The CECOs could be anywhere again in the world, wherein businesses are conducted. The businesses could be a business of manufacturing, could be of marketing, could be whatever they are. And on down the line. This is a typical structure you will find of a multinational. Now, the implication of is that you have a fully diversified entity present in different countries. I know that as at the last count, Coca-Cola was present in 193 countries or thereabouts of the world. So you can imagine where the patent for Coke is residing. For example, I know that they used to manufacture the concentrate in Nigeria before they moved to what's the name of this southern African country? Not Rwanda, there's another small country where they moved into Botswana. Now we are still drinking Coke in Nigeria because we have NBC all over the place. So that is the kind of typical thing we'll find in a multinational. Now, how does transfer pricing come in all of this? It comes because you see these entities, they are also trading within themselves. Somebody manufactures this, gives this to this other one. Somebody produces this intangible, makes it available to this other person. Somebody is providing accounting services, is seated somewhere there for the group. Somebody is providing legal services, is another country where it is seated for the whole group. So you see them within themselves, they do a lot of transactions, and they fix the price they believe will best maximize the profit for the group. That's number one. Number two, is that which will also minimize the effective tax rates for the whole group, not for the separate entities, but rather what they do is to now say, what is our total profit all over the world? And how much did we pay as tax all over the world? And so how do we keep that number down? And that is the whole essence of transfer pricing that happens within an M&A group. Can we please go? Now, so if we illustrate this, with activity now, you can see somebody here supplying raw material, and that probably is in Nigeria, maybe it's cocoa, or it's cotton, or it's anything that we produce. Another one is a toll manufacturer. We will tell you, a toll manufacturer is somebody who doesn't own the product being manufactured. He only has the machine, and so you just a throughput. Some manufacturers charge you a fee for manufacturing for you. You have distribution platforms and warehouse where you can log on and then do your purchases online, and let somebody come and make delivery onto you. You have marketing commissioner sitting down somewhere else. So these are different activities that you see going on in a typical M&A, but each of those activities are dispersed across the world. All right, let's go. So let's quickly transfer pricing itself. Transfer pricing started effectively in 1917 in the US, and that is when the IRS was allowed to begin to look at the way companies within themselves trade within themselves within the same group. How do they do their pricing and how do they separate the cost, how do they separate the income? And then in 1935, the arm's length standard, as we know it today, which we call the arm's length principle, that's where it was coined, that's where it was developed. And then in 1979, the OECD provided the report on transfer pricing, and in 1984, the very first publication of transfer pricing guideline came on, and as of now we have 2017 edition. The 2021 edition is still prepared. The UN also had its first edition of the transfer pricing manual in 2013. All of these ones are based on the arm's length standard. Let's go. And so what is transfer pricing? In my own very simple understanding, transfer pricing refers to the setting of prices, and it must be arm's length price anyway, for transaction between companies that are related. And those of us who did little accounting, we cast our mind back to our costing, where we have divisionalized entities, where you have a division that does produces, and the output of that division becomes input to another division. You remember that we talk about transfer pricing. How do we price the intermediate products until we get to the final product? This is just similar thing. The only difference here is the transfer pricing in this context is between an entity and another entity, but they are related within the same group. Next slide. Now, what does the court say about transfer pricing? In a very important case of General Electric Capital, Canada, this is a Canadian case, versus Her Majesty's Treasury, the judge ruled and said, transfer pricing is largely a question of facts and circumstances, coupled with a very high dose of common sense. That's very funny, but that is true. And that is why there's no way you will discuss transfer pricing without talking about facts and circumstances. And part of what we're going to see is the fact that there are no two transfer pricing cases that are exactly the same. So the issue of strictly precedence may not apply. And what do I mean? You will have two entities producing water in bottles, selling into the same market, getting their material from the same source, yet their circumstances may not be the same. And therefore, when you are addressing transfer pricing cases, you have to look at each case strictly based on the facts, based on the circumstances, and then a little bit of wit, because you need to be very, very witty in looking at transfer pricing cases. And why? Why is because the most of the issues you're going to be looking at in transfer pricing cases are not cases of number. They are not issues of documents, paper. No, whether it is virtual paper or hard paper. No. Most often, it is an issue of being able to read in between the lines and then be able to come up with what we believe will be the best ruling that will come. And so that is why the judge said it is a matter of facts, circumstances overlaid with a good dose of common sense. And so when we talk about transfer pricing, what are the issues? One, we must understand that when two independent persons are transacting businesses between themselves, most often, every party is wanting the best for itself. And so transactions or negotiations are done with best self-interest. And an example I would love to give is, if I'm walking on the street and I'm thirsty and I want to buy a bottle of water, I don't know the seller of the water, the seller of the water doesn't know me. I will want to buy the bottle of water at the least price possible. And the seller wants to sell at the highest price possible so that they can maximize his profit. So all of us are defending our self-interest. And whatever price we agree on, then you can take that price as being driven by purely self-interest. My self-interest, his self-interest. But assuming I am thirsty and my wife sells bottled water, and I enter a shop and I say, "Darling, I'm thirsty." Most often, or most probably, I will have even finished drinking the water before I ask how much do you sell it. That is, if at all, I'm going to pay. Because I can say, look, after I pay your dowry. So I have paid in advance. Isn't it? So at that instance, the price the two of us will agree. I can't beat my chest that I have agreed that price in my self-interest, or that she has agreed to that price in her self-interest. Either one of us will give in. Either I will say, hey, this woman, she may lock me out of the room tonight. So if she's asking for 100, you better pay now. Or whatever consideration. Now, so when two independent persons are dealing together and they are arranging prices, the prices are likely to be at arm's length because everyone is defending his self-interest. But where the parties are related or connected, you cannot beat your chest. And I can also tell you in business world, it is hardly that you find that the prices will be at arm's length. And for MNEs, factors that include tax rates, effective tax rate of the group, is part of what they consider in agreeing pricing for related party transactions. Can we go to the next one? Now, when we talk about uncontrolled transactions, we are talking of transactions in which the parties, they have no personal relationship. That is, they are independent. No one has control over the other, either by way of ownership, by way of management, or by any other means. Each party is free to walk into a relationship and is free to walk out of it. Then that such a transaction is called uncontrolled transaction. Can we go to the next one? Now, in transfer pricing, therefore, the golden rule is that the related entity must deal with one another as if they are separate and independent. So in which case, if I walk into my wife's shop to buy a bottle of water, then she must sell to me at the price she will sell to a total stranger. And I must buy at the price at which I should buy from a total stranger. That is actually the golden rule. Now, what are now the things that are coming in? I mean, these rules I've spoken to you about started as far back as 1913, that's 35 from the US. So, but new things have started to come in to moderate and change. And the starting point for us to look at is that why are we having changes to the rule? Or why is transfer pricing so important that the rule keeps changing? It's because the business life, the business environment is ever changing. And because the business are changing, there is also pressure on tax authorities all over the world to say, how do we catch this? Particularly the existence of investment centers. We no longer call them tax haven. We now call them investment centers. The existence of investment centers across the world where people pay little or no taxes. And entities are finding a place to put money. Before Trump came up with the 2017 tax reform in the US, Google had billions of dollars stuck in Ireland, which he couldn't move to the US because that was money that Google had handed all over the world without paying taxes. And if they brought it into the US, they will pay tax. And then so in 2017, when Trump came up with the tax reform in the IRS, Google agreed to pay about $40 billion in taxes to the US to bring those money to the US. So all those changes, all those things, the environment that we find ourselves continually put pressure on tax authorities across the world. And so there's a lot of interest in transfer pricing. Then M&As are also growing. I mean, every time you see this company is buying up that company, is buying up that company, they are all so you begin to see that companies are growing. M&As are becoming bigger and bigger. And so their influence is also getting bigger. I mean, there was 1 year that Coca-Cola handed about $20 billion as royalty. That was more than the budget of Nigeria. I mean, that's just one income item for Coca-Cola. It was more than the entire budget of Nigeria. Now, don't talk about other entities that are even bigger than Coca-Cola. So they touch every aspect of our lives. And so it's another reason why transfer pricing is becoming prominent. And then taxation is becoming an international political issue. It's only in this part of the world, particularly in Africa, that you will see our head of states who address their people or make conference in 6 months and do not mention tax. Go and watch the speeches of Macron in France, bidding that got there 100 and something days ago. You go and look at the speeches, you will have seen places they have mentioned about tax, about tax, about tax. But it's only in our own sphere here that because we think we have oil, and unfortunately, we are so poor, we do not know that we are poor. Very, very unfortunately for us. So, taxation is becoming an international political issue. Trump and Macron had problem because of taxation. Currently, US and UK are having issue. And the underlying issue was taxation. So we need to understand that. Then NGOs, many NGOs are now saying, look, we have been talking about human rights, we have been talking about this and that. What about tax rights of developing countries? So they are also very stringent in their voice, very loud when they talk about the issue of transfer pricing. Let's move on to the next one. And so let's now quickly go into the center of the discussion, and we will soon be finished. So what are the new things that are happening in the field of transfer pricing? And I will take my bearing from 2015 to date. And that is when we started having very significant changes in the field of transfer pricing. The first thing that happened was the BEPS. The BEPS is base erosion and profit shifting. It was a project kickstarted by G20, the head of government of G20 in 2013. And they mandated the OECD to say, look, the tax rules as we had it were no longer suited for purpose because the way people do business have changed significantly. And so the OECD started the best action, which my colleagues spoke to yesterday, action 1 to 15. And in 2014, developing countries were co-opted into that project. And Nigeria specifically was invited in 2014 to be part of the BEPS project. But as at the time development countries were invited to join the table, half of the 15 action points had been done with, save for action 1, which, just like my colleague said yesterday, were not concluded because it was too political and it's still being dealt with today. Even now, there's still no solution because everybody wants a pie, a share of the pie. I won't run through the 15 action plan. My colleague dealt with that yesterday. But I'm going to look at the transfer pricing issues in those 15 actions. Number 1 was the interest deductibility rules. Before now, we are used to think capitalization as a way to control the amount of interest that is allowable for tax purposes. Action 4 in the BEPS action plan dealt with this seriously, to say that the fixed rule of debt equity ratio was no longer working because people simply find a way to work around it. So if you have your rule to say ratio 3 to 1, for example, people find a way to work around it so it doesn't catch anybody anymore. And so what then was to be done is to develop new rules that will be tied to profitability, so that if you try to manipulate the numbers, then something will continually give you away. So that's what we had in action 4. And how does it affect us in transfer pricing? In transfer pricing before now, we've always looked at interest on loans based on the COP method. That is comparable uncontrolled price method. In which case, once you can establish that there was a loan, then the next thing you want to say at what rate, and is that rate comparable to what you will get between independent persons? Those are the just questions you may ask. But now a new rule came in that even though you still apply that rule, but first of all, you need to do a restriction based on the EBITDA. EBITDA is any before interest, tax, and amortization. And then there was also review to the way we actually delineate transactions. In transfer pricing, we talk about delineation by saying, what exactly does this transaction talk to? How does it look like? What is the contract? What is the practice of the parties to be able to now say who actually did what within the value chain, and then with that, be able to allocate the value. And so there was a lot of discussion and there were a lot of changes, particularly to chapter 1 of the transfer pricing guideline with respect to delineation of transaction. Also, as part of the best outcome in transfer pricing, the way we benchmark commodities also changed significantly. Commodities have also been benchmarked based on the COP method, but now it was allowed that we can actually use publicly available prices on trading exchanges as a benchmark. So, for example, we have oil in Nigeria. Now, instead of now beginning to be looking for comparable prices for oil, we can actually go to platform and look at the pricing on the exchange and use it as a benchmarking price for the purposes of transactions between related persons. So these are some of the changes that came from BEPS. How do we value low-value intragroup services, which is one of the areas where we have been losing money as developing countries? Because somebody says, look, I'm providing for your country legal services, for example. And then we just see bill coming in from the headquarters to the subsidiary in Nigeria to pay. The question is, how did we arrive at that bill? And so part of what was resolved as a new way to treat that is to have this low value hardened trade intergroup services to say you either agree it at cost, or if you are going to have a markup, it should not be more than 5%. And we are talking about how to value intangibles. I mean, in the manufacturing processes, there are certain intangibles that you really can't put, you can't get a comparable, you can't really benchmark with another price. For example, you have entities that are producing nuclear power, for example. There are not very many. So if you are going to benchmark, how do you benchmark that? There are some that is just only one entity in the whole world that is doing it. How do you benchmark? Or when you have some intangibles that you really cannot compare with other intangibles, how then do you benchmark? So this was another issue that was resolved during the BEPS issue. Financial transactions. Then my colleague spoke about the 3 tiers TB documentation. We talked about the master file, the local file, and the country-by-country reporting yesterday. Now, the next big thing that happened after BEPS was the taxation of the digitalized economy, which flew from BEPS Action 1, and which is what we are dealing with now. We're dealing with this since 2016, but unfortunately, we have been going around in circles, and that is because there are a lot of different interests: the US versus the European country versus the Asian country, and also Africa is saying, I am there. And so, what do we have? The digital economy is trying to look at the situation where, I mean, today we have, I don't know how many times we have mentioned Zoom in this room today alone. And you can be sure that is where how Zoom is being mentioned all over the world. But the question is, where is the office of Zoom in Nigeria? Doesn't have an office in Nigeria. And I can tell you, in the whole of Africa, Zoom doesn't have an office. But yet, today, I don't know how much Zoom has made in Nigeria. That's the truth. So the question then is, should Zoom not be taxable in Nigeria? So I can hear some saying yes, but then who do you tax? Where is his office? He doesn't have a representative in Nigeria. Zoom is in the air. Now, up till now, the taxing rule is based on physical presence. If you go and look at our beta, go and look at our SETA, go and look at our BPTA, is where we can see you that we can tax you. That is the rule. And this is the basis on which all our treaties, our tax treaties are based. When you look at Article number 4, we talked about tax residence, or Article number 5 that speaks about permanent establishment, they are all based on physical presence. Now, the discussion therefore is, should we change the rule so that we can actually bring a person to task, even though that person is not physically on ground, based on the interaction with our economy? And so the issue then arose as to coming up with a rule on tax nexus without physical presence. Then the second issue for discussion is the issue of profit allocation. Okay, this entity is doing business in your country, it's not physically present. How do we allocate the tax right? Because it's also equally transferred business in other countries in similar fashion. So how then do we share the tax right? Which again became a major issue for discussion. And from the proposals that we are having, there is a proposal to do what is called residual value and residual profit distribution, in which case the market jurisdictions will have share of the residual profit. That is, after you have taken the routine profit, what is left is called the residual profit or the non-routine profit. How do we share it? I'll allocate it among the issues. This is another issue that is under discussion. The other issue is the issue of marketing and distribution activities. Before now, you will see even an entity that is physically present in Nigeria, for example, trading in Nigeria, but declaring loss every year. Every year, it will declare loss. Why? Why is because the entity remotely from its parent company had been, the way profits have been allocated is such that that entity in Nigeria can never make profits. I mean, before I left international tax for my current role, I remember I did a case of a company. They put a company in Netherlands. The company a product, I don't want to mention the name of the product so I don't guess the name of the company. Sells its products in Nigeria. The product is manufactured in other countries. And so the Nigerian entity will place an order. I need so quantity of this product. We send it to the company in Netherlands. Netherlands will place the order. They will deliver the goods directly to Nigeria without passing through Netherlands. And yet, Netherlands makes a profit margin of between 30 and 70%. And now, when we investigated this Netherlands company, number one, it doesn't have an office in Netherlands. It's a post office entity in Netherlands. And it costs more than 20 times the profits the Nigerian entity will record without having a single office. The company has a single worker in Egypt. So this is what we have with marketing and distribution entities. So the question is, should we not say that marketing and distribution entities should not make loss and then have agreed at least a minimum profit you should report? This is part of the discussion under the digitalized economy. And the last issue, which is the most controversial of it, and part of what we were discussing yesterday when this I don't know whether the gentleman was his son or whatever, discussing the issue of arbitration. Is to say, the US is coming and saying, look, now we must have mandatory binding. It's not just mandatory, it is mandatory, it is binding arbitration for tax purposes. On all tax issues. And of course, the relevant country says, sorry, we can't have that. So those are the issues, the development in respect of digitalized economy. I think the third last bucket there was the impact of COVID-19. And so what the inclusive framework has done is to develop a further guidance on the issues of COVID-19, the impact on mutual agreement procedure, that is dispute resolution between country and country, the issue of APA between the tax authority and the taxpayer. I think I've spoken essentially to all of this. And so can we just now, let me just stay here 1 minute on the issue of country by country reporting. For country by country reporting, Nigeria is on the train. The regulation was published in 2018, and it affects a company with a minimum threshold turnover of 160 billion. I know somebody was asking a question yesterday, raising an issue yesterday, I think the professor among us, that can our entities generate this 160 billion. This threshold is not for in-country turnover. It is a global turnover of that entity put together wherever it is arising. So it's not just a turnover in Nigeria. It is turnover globally. If an entity makes 750 million euro all over the world, then it's going to come under the CBC regime. And just a minute, stay there 1 minute. I think there are 1 or 2 things I want to say there. Okay, so for the final timeline is 12 months after the fiscal year of the MNA, and I think that's all. Right? All of that ones my colleague called about yesterday. This one we are talking about this. We can move on. Yes, we are talking about this. We can move on. Now, since the last discussion we had was because of COVID-19 that we have to do a lot of things by remote. These are some of the things that we need to watch out for. That there are cases, these are issues that will come before the tribunal. Number one, issue of comparability analysis. There are a lot of issues now that are coming up that it might be difficult to get comparables. So the tribunal must then be willing to look at new ways. Look at this, because there will be no data, either on the side of the tax authority or on the side of the taxpayer to support certain things. For example, there are many companies now that are saying, look, I need to get vaccination for my employees so that my work can go on. How do you benchmark that? So you may not get compliance because the policy of one company to another with respect to issues of COVID will be different. So you may have this issue coming to you. There will be issues of losses and the allocation of COVID-19 specific costs. So there will be some companies globally that says we have done this as a form of prevention of COVID, and therefore we are allocating costs. Again, how are we going to treat this? Because this entity, the tax authority will say, look, this does not affect this country, but it affects this country. It may say it was not relevant, or it is relevant. So you may be having discussions there. Government assistance program. There are some companies that got assistance from government. It may not be very common in our own environment, but it may be common. I know it is common in many other countries. The question is, the benefit of that, is it to be monopolized in that jurisdiction only? Should it spread to other jurisdictions? This is some of the questions that are coming before your tribunals. Issues of advanced pricing agreements, particularly existing one that we have already agreed conditions, we have already agreed processes. Now, COVID has come, it has changed. And because of business expediency, companies have taken certain decisions. Are we going to say they have breached the APAs, or are we going to say that it doesn't matter? So these are some of the critical things that will be coming. I think let's close. Let's close by understanding that the common language in transfer pricing, any question you ask, you don't get a yes or no answer from anybody. Anyone who understands the issue of transfer pricing, whatever question we'll ask, will say it depends. It depends on what? It depends on the facts. It depends on the circumstances. And this is where it will be difficult because it's extensive fact-based issues to justify every decision. And so there will be no quick fix. You will need to listen to stories and stories and stories. And very, very importantly, there is no exact answer. So you are just looking for a midpoint, in which case, let's just do what I would call an average. Let's close now. Permit me to close with this. This is a Chinese word. It's the Chinese character, which is made up of four very important parts. When you want to write listing in English, and you want to write it in Chinese, this is where you write listing in Chinese. And the characters that made up listing in Chinese is made up of highs, it's made up of hairs, it's made up of attention and an open heart. So when you say listing, when they write it in Chinese, you combine those four things: the highs, the hairs, attention, and open heart. Therefore, transfer pricing is all-consuming, and that is why it takes a long time to close a transfer pricing project. You require highs that sees beyond the surface as the tribunal. You require ears that will pick up unspoken words. You require attention to details, and very importantly, an open mind. And that is because it all depends. God bless you.
Thank you very much. Don't go yet, sir. Don't go yet, sir. Dr. Kwanjubola, if I may. Yes. I think it was Albert Einstein that was credited with the statement that if you cannot explain it to a 5-year-old, then you don't understand it. What we, Dr. Kwanjubola or Mr. Kwanjubola has done this morning is to simplify a very technical subject. People beside me are telling me that they now get a clearer understanding of the concept of transfer pricing. In a period of less than 40 minutes, he has been able to give us a global spectrum view of something that has taken, starting from 2017, starting from 1917 to 2017 and beyond. I believe that Mr. Kwanjubola deserves our round of applause. I'm sure we are going to have a couple of questions for Mr. Kwanjubola. And I see, and he has really succeeded in simplifying it. But I'm sure we have one or two questions. I'm going to. Okay, I can only see one hand up. Thank you. All right, that will be all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Sorry, I didn't introduce myself the other time. My name is Jan Musa Isa. I'm a commissioner for Northeast Zone. My one is more curiosity that I want to satisfy. Technically speaking, what is the in context again, what the issues of transfer price with the money that has been stashed by Google in Ireland and the 40 billion naira being paid to the United States government. This is what I want to clarify. So, sorry, I didn't say, I don't want to go into the other aspect of transfer price because we're not in a technical session. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Professor Diaz-Kale, South Zone Chair. I just wanted to know, is there a relationship between transfer pricing and international illegal or illicit transfers of money, or what we call financial flows? And I think that would be what will make it very important for us, especially in the tax area. Thank you.
Mr. Godimola, my question is very simple. From the way you have broken it down this morning, it will appear as if you have so many entities in a transaction. Certainly, one, maybe the head office, will have an advantage in terms of profit reporting. And that country where it is domiciled is likely going to benefit more. So look at the converse. It will appear what we are doing in Nigeria now, why TP is being a naughty issue for the tax and for the tribunal is the fact that we are the receiving end. Most of the things we do come from other places. So we have to put extra X-ray eyes to make sure that we've not been cheated. So what I'm trying to say in effect is that why don't we look for a way that will be quite pleasing to everybody and how we can take part of the taxable income from other countries? Is it possible to be able to do that so that everybody in that group will have a fair share of the so-called income? Thank you.
All right, and the last question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Mrs. Akibayo, Lagos Panel. To what extent can you rely on the expert's opinion provided? Because most of the time you don't have anything anyway. The applicant will say, okay, we'll bring an expert to explain what we are talking about. I'd like to know, to me, it's all about reasonableness, but please give us what you expect us to do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Over to you, sir, our distinguished lecturer, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very, very much for these questions. I mean, this comfort that somebody at least listening to what you were saying. My president in waiting, as the relationship between TP and the money, sorry, the two of us understand that. So, as the relationship between transfer pricing and this money, the way it goes is that there are entities of these businesses all over the world, wherever they are. The company had created intangibles by way of trade name, trademarks, processes, and whatever, which it makes available to its other businesses and for which they pay. Now, two things happen here under transfer pricing. Number one, at what price are these assets made available to the members of the group? That's question number one. Question number two is that should those pay for that thing? And I'll give you an example. Before now, we used to have Coca-Cola Nigeria. I don't know whether we still have it. Before they moved their plants to Swaziland. So, for the use of the word Coca-Cola, should Coca-Cola pay for that? Coca-Cola Nigeria. Should you pay Coca-Cola Inc. for the use of the name Coca-Cola? Or if I can put it this way, my name is Gonjiwala. My son's name is Gonjiwala because it's for me. Should I charge my son for bearing my name? So those are the two critical issues, and they are transfer pricing issues. And so most of the money we are talking about flow from such charges. So that is the relationship between transfer pricing and those money that are stashed somewhere. And it's not only African that are paying. That is why even in US companies are paying, but they are paying to a company that is in Ireland where tax will not be paid on it. That's actually the cause of the matter. Now, is there any relationship between transfer pricing and IFF? Yes. If you look at the Mbeki reports, there are two principal ways in which IFF, that's the illicit financial flow. There are two principal ways that it arises. One is from criminal activities, embezzlement, smuggling, trafficking in drugs, small arms, and all of that. The other way it happens is from commercial activities, legitimate commercial businesses, nothing illegal about them. And then when you now begin to break down that of commerce, you now see that taxation carries the major part of it. Tax avoidance, tax evasion, transfer mispricing. All these are the ways the IFF begin to arise. So that is the relationship. Is it possible to do, I am using my own words now, something like apportionment for profits? To say, all right, this group, you have made $1 billion all over the world. Let's share this money, profits for tax purposes. Actually, that is the alternative to the arm's length approach to transfer pricing. But it has not gained acceptance for two reasons. Number one, political reason. Because anything you want to bring an America from it, you can be sure it will not support it. So I don't see an American supporting any form of apportionment of profit. That's number one. Number two is that how do we develop acceptable formula for apportionment? What is going to be the allocation key? Because we can jump and say, on the basis of turnover. Turnover may appear reasonable, but it may not be appropriate in specific cases. So for those two reasons, it has been difficult to go for global apportionment of profits for tax purposes. The last question is that to what extent we can rely on expert opinion. I'm not a lawyer, and I'm not going to be one. No, that's starting. I can't be a lawyer. I think I love accounting much more than to be an accountant. Now, to be a lawyer. Now, I know that expert opinion counts a lot in law, even in accounting, even in audit. As part of our processes, there are situations where we are even encouraged to use expert opinion. For example, if I'm reporting, I'm a reporting accountant, for example, in a merger or a takeover, and there has to be a property. I'm not a valuer, so I have to rely on the experts of an expert valuer to grab that to give me the value of the asset. So definitely also the tribunal cannot but rely on expert opinion. But the question is, who is the expert? In transfer pricing today in Nigeria, it's my chance to say you will find the experts in FRS. I can tell you, not because I'm from FRS, but I can tell you that's where you find the experts. And unbiased experts also, because one thing is to be an expert, another thing is to be unbiased. A lot of the time, our colleagues from the other side, not as if they are not good, they are good, but they have a mandate. Most often their mandate is reduce my tax to this extent, I will pay you this extent. So there is self-interest. As they are defending their clients, they are also defending their pockets. That is the difference there. We have not grown expert team in Nigeria that will begin to have independent experts, like in our academic institutions. It's still a major challenge. I'm hoping that we'll be able, we don't have transfer pricing as a cost of study in Nigeria. There is no university in Nigeria that's doing transfer pricing. Whereas I've had the privilege of being to the University of Australia. They have a whole department of transfer pricing. You have people majoring from BSc level to PhD level in transfer pricing. So if you have issue in Australia, for example, you can appoint and say, look, can you get your professors or your PhD or whatever to come and give me testimony, and it will give you unbiased opinion. So I think that is where I want to rest this. Thank you and God bless you.
May I call on that? Before you give the code of sir, may I call on that for this session to present our very exactly which is a token of appreciation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, for this wonderful presentation. And I can assure you that we are going to embrace the Chinese character. We are going to use all our senses to ensure that justice is done to the taxpayers and the tax authority. We are indeed grateful.
Mr. Temple said, no cookies, no simple yes or no answer. But I have a question and I need a yes or no answer. This is not a transfer pricing issue. Our last paper is ready. Our last presenter is on standby, but we are supposed to have a very short break for coffee now. So the simple question is, do we just take the paper now and have the last paper, and then we take a break? No. Yes or no, sir? This was answer question. Yes, they have to. Yes. Okay. So, Professor, may I have a I just have our interactive session, and then we can wrap up. Today is Friday, those who want to do want to leave. Okay. Okay, so 5 minutes, let's take our call for those who want to take it. And then please. So by 12 o'clock on the dot, certainly 4 minutes, 1 minute and 5 seconds. So please, we are going to start on the
Good afternoon. Good morning. Good afternoon. I think we're crossing over. Okay. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, welcome back from the break. Thank you very, very much. And in the course of Abdul Mohammed, senior speaker of Nigeria's presentation this morning, he asked a question if there was anyone in this call that did not have an email address. I believe the answer was in the negative. But there's nobody here who does not have an email address. That shows that we are in a digital world. And as that appeal, commissioners and chairmen, we believe that one issue that is going to be coming up is the issue of how do you tax transactions conducted electronically. If I'm going to ask my own question this morning, the question will be this: have we bought something on Jumia? Have we bought something on Oga? Have we bought something on Amazon? Have we bought something on eBay? If you have not done any of this, have you bought airtime electronically? If you have not done this, have you bought your electricity token electronically? These are all digital transactions. They are all transactions conducted electronically. Now, for every transaction, there's always a tax implication. So what is going to be the tax implication of when you buy something, you buy music? Many people who are using Spotify on their phone, many people who have iPhone, they bought music, they bought data, they bought information. Now, these e-companies do not have digital presence in Nigeria. How do you now tax them? When issues come before you relating to transactions of electronic commerce on digital economy. How do we strike a balance to ensure that revenue that's supposed to come to government is not taken away and that the taxpayer is not unfairly taxed? These are issues that we have brought a very cerebral lecturer in person of Dr. Olumide Obayedu to talk with us this morning. He's a graduate of Obafemi Awolowo University in Ilefe, where he graduated as the best student in 1992. He was called to the Nigerian bar in 1993. He received his Master's of Law degree from the University of Alberta in Canada in 1999, and he was awarded the Alberta Law Foundation Scholarship. He also received another Master's of Law. So he has 2 master's degrees, one from University of Alberta and another one in taxation law. And finally, he capped it with a doctorate degree in international tax law. You can see that Professor Bayemi is a very well-read lecturer. He has worked in the First Bank PLC. He has also worked in private legal practice with the law firm of Olajide Oyewole and Co., as well as top-tier law firm of Ajibogobia and Okeke. He's at the moment a lecturer, a senior lecturer with the Department of Commercial and Industrial Law, Faculty of Law, University of Lagos. Greatest archives, great, where he teaches taxation law, investment and securities, commercial law, agency, and so on and so forth. Ladies and gentlemen, let me warn you. Yes, I want to warn you, sir. Professor Bayo's paper, the Microsoft Word, as I said earlier, was more than 40 pages, removed without the footnotes. The slides that presented here, put together, is more than 7 pages. We said we will be able to take it today, next Friday. People are fasting, people are going to mosque. So, Prof, please, on behalf of our very distinguished chairman and the honorable members, honorable commissioners, please, we want to try to read within the soul of this. Thank you. Let's put our hands together for Professor Bayemi.
Thank you very much. I came to class today, Professor. Thank you. Amen. I want to stand on the existing protocol. So, but before I start, I want to ask my good friend, who's a tax commissioner, to help me do a small calculation. Assuming 150 million people in Nigeria register for with Google to have a Gmail, and then Google has their data, and then just one single company, Hilton Hotel wants to build hotels in Nigeria, and comes to Google, say, okay, can you sell us the data? Because you know that anytime you enter your for email, you put your income, your state, and your personal information, and that is what we call data. So those things appear in no cost to us, but what happened is that they are verifiable, intangible good that other people purchase. So as Hilton now goes to Gmail, Google, that, oh, can you sell us the data of the 1 million Nigerian residents at 20 kobo, 20 cents per each user? How much would that be, Dr. Stein? Okay, and then at 500 market rate, at 250 $1 now. How much is that? 10.5 billion. Okay, so 10.5 billion official rate, and assuming another company, maybe NBC, the government company, or Schweppes, the brand company from UK, wants to buy the same data, that's another 10.5 billion. Just on that same data, or assuming UT now goes to Yahoo to purchase the same thing from Yahoo, just to compare, that's another 10.5 billion. So by the time you see this e-content, digital goods that are being traded by Google that is in California, you can't even step into Nigeria. You see the magnitude of the money being made or revenue being made via digitalization and e-commerce. So now we come to my paper with that background. First of all, looking at definition, what is law? Law is the exercise of the sovereign power by a country or a government over taxable transaction as well as taxable persons within its territory. And then this digitalization entails the transaction conducted via, internet, electronic platforms, electronic media, and all digitalized modems that we have today. And coming to the topic, next slide, that's page 12, slide 12, slide 13. Come to the topic that we have today, e-commerce. What is e-commerce? E-commerce is the buying, selling, and exchange of goods and services, simple, between the purchasers. And then what is, that is commerce. And then what is e-commerce? The WTO interministerial declaration has defined e-commerce to be the sale, the marketing, the exchange, and delivery of goods and services via electronic means. Putting that together, so today we want to look at how to tax, how the current institution tax those e-commerce transactions within development that have happened within the last 20 years. 25, 26 years ago, very few of us were accustomed to what amounts to internet and electronic products. But nowadays, it's very common and it's very rare that you will not have to do with e-commerce or digitalized products in your everyday transaction. So, but there's a problem with taxation of e-commerce, and that's the problem of nexus. Whether it's interstate or cross-border transactions, before any government can tax e-commerce or digitalized transaction, there must be a nexus between that government and the transaction that is involved. If Google is in America, as we see, and then it operates Gmail, Nigeria cannot just come and tax Google. For Google to be taxed by Nigeria, there must be a nexus between the products or the services that are being registered by, being operated by Google in Nigeria and the Nigerian government as well as Google. So there must be a nexus, and that is where the subject of our discussion today. So, my dear slide master, can we go to slide 17? First of all, we need to, for us to understand what amounts to digital transactions in the as well as e-commerce transactions, we need to know exactly what constitutes digital transaction in current commercial world. There are 5 types. There are basically 5 types of digital transaction as well as e-commerce transaction. The first type are businesses that sell or transact in physical goods. That is a tangible, physical, PHYSCICAL, physical goods on the internet. For example, those are, for example, I may be a tailor, I may sew face mask and sell it online. Okay, so I'm using online to sell physical products. At the same time, I can purchase, sanitizers from other manufacturers and sell the same thing online. So in Nigeria, you can, so you have, and since you can sell dresses. So that the first category of the class of e-commerce or digital transaction that occurs online is when a business sells or transacts in physical, tangible products online. The second set is when a business sells, that's slide 18. That's when a business sells contents or e-goods online. So, for example, you have Netflix. Netflix may sell movies online. So, at the same time, Netflix may sell movies produced by another person, another business. So you can watch African Magic via DSTV, and then you may the same channel which you have subscribed for may sell or make available to you movies produced by another person. But those are not physical; those are contents. Those are existing in the air. So they are not PHYSEIAL. So that's the second category. The third category are intermediaries. Intermediaries are middlemen. They don't sell anything. They don't sell either. They neither sell physical or e-contents. They only provide a platform whereby a seller may sell anything, and then a potential buyer will use that platform to, buy whatever the seller is selling. For example, you have Amazon, you have eBay. eBay, if you have a used product, you may sell it on eBay, a car, a house, or anything. So what eBay, Uber as well, what they do is to provide a platform. So they are intermediaries. They provide a platform whereby the buyer and the seller will meet. And then the fourth category is where a business sells services online. So there are three categories of that. We have advertising, we have payment providers, and we have betting providers as well. So for advertising, you have Google. Google collects data, search engines. So if you open Google today, you might see a picture of, buy this from this, car for sale and all that. Those are not free. The person who puts that picture or the advertisement on that Google page is actually paying Google for that. The same thing, Facebook. You may advertise anything you want on Facebook. The subcategory under that is that of PayPal. I mean, people who provide services. If you want to pay for a product, you may use the service of those internet payment platforms. So they provide banking and payment services online. They are not physical, you may not see them. And the third category are betting.com for those of us who like Bet Nigeria and very easy way to make money. So that is another category of the selling of services online. The fifth category is the business that provide solutions online. If you have a problem with your computer, maybe you have a virus, and you link up with nothing, NORTON, and you have your headphone, they will guide you. You purchase the software online, you will download it, and they will guide you how to operate and remove the virus from your computer. So that's a solution. They provide solutions online. You don't see them. Use your credit card to purchase everything. You will never meet them. So those are the five categories of the five recognized categories of businesses online using performing digital transaction. But there's a caveat. A company may engage in either, a combination of all the five or all the five. And then you must know that new businesses are growing every day, that things are changing, so that if other kinds are emerging. So, my dear, let's go to slide 23. 22. There are some problems with use of internet services or electronic commerce. The first one is the power to tax. Who has the power to tax? Okay, so I mean, we saw the example of Google or Yahoo or whatever, Jumia. Who has power to tax? So assuming, I purchase something on Konga.com from a seller in Akwa Ibom, and the person ships it to me in Lagos, and the person is an unincorporated or an individual. I mean, generally, in an ideal federal system, there should be the person selling from Akwa Ibom should pay a user tax to Lagos and all that. But the transaction takes place over the border of across so many states. And then it's possible that we use Google and Google, we talk about the Google example. Google is in California, and then we have a satellite in Netherlands as is done. So who has power to tax those transactions? So that's the first issue. And the second issue is the power to collect. Even if Nigeria has the power to tax with our local laws, how can Nigerians collect or enforce the law? If Google is making profit from Nigeria, this humongous profit targeted at Nigerians and using product, and Nigerians are paying, people using Nigerian card, who has the power to, how can Nigerians collect? The third issue is the identification of the appropriate party to tax. An ideal purchase over the internet may involve so many people. The seller in Sokoto State, the buyer in Lagos State, the financing company. I'm not talking about the payment, provision of the payment services. The finance, sometimes you buy some credit. Perhaps it's First Bank, which processes the loan or the financing from Abuja. And then you have the shipping company, the motorcycle rider that delivers the product. So who is the appropriate person to tax, and who bears the tax burden in all this? And then the fourth that was discussed both this morning by Mr. Monibol and Mr. Eze yesterday, is the issue of distribution of taxing rights. There is an international taxing, an international tax phenomenon. We have the resident state, like the resident country. Google is resident in California. Chevron is in California. Yahoo is in California, United States. The resident country. But the market, which is the source, and then the source of the money, Nigerian, where the data is being collected from Nigerian citizens. The people paying for the use of hair time, which is probably originated from South Africa. The money is emanating from Nigeria. How do we tax? Like Mr. Bogoja just told us, there is, the e-commerce, the company engaged in the digitalized transaction may have income from so many countries, Bermuda, Malaysia. How do we divide the taxing right, and so that we can apportion? And then it's possible for the next problem is the issue of no and or low taxation. It is possible for, like we are all saying that prior to January 2020, there was no law in Nigeria, for taxing, non-resident without permanent establishment in Nigeria or fixed base in Nigeria. So that means there are no taxes on these e-commerce, international e-commerce companies. And it's possible that maybe in their own country as well, where they are resident, where they are from, perhaps they do not tax money generated from outside their country. In that way, the same company will be enjoying no tax or very low tax on that transaction when compared to Nigerian company that actually domicile there. And then the last problem about that is that there could be double taxation. Their country may impose tax on, like America is, tax is what they call it, the personal tax. So it fixes the person whether an American is in Nigeria or anywhere, it must pay tax. But Nigeria uses residents or the source. So there could be double taxation as well. Those are the 6 problems that arise on the international scene, as well as even within an ideal federal system, within the same country, where there's an ideal federal system, as to taxation of e-commerce transactions. So my projector map, please let's go to slide 26. Before we go to 27 quickly. What I've been saying, the areas of problem are the taxation of e-commerce, both cross-border, which is so evident to all of us, as well as intra-country. In intra-country, we all, some of us here probably know about the case of Aberaba. In Aberaba, the court, the Just Supreme Court 1995, actually assented that a state has power to tax intra-state transactions, sales that occur within the state. And Lagos has been at the forefront of that with their hotel occupancy and so many laws. They've been trying to find a way around the VAT. So with that, hopefully, as time goes on, perhaps there will be weakening of the VAT as a federal law, and then each state will have its own sales law. And if that occurs, then this Jumia, Konga delivery, and all this internet sales would evoke a lot of litigation as to who has the right to tax, transactions made by internet that occur across states, even within Nigeria. But with international sales, it is so evident. So let's go to slide 27, which has to do with the position of the law, even before the development that occur of recent. The position of the law, and because I come from the academics, I find this strange that people would always say there was no law, governing the action of these non-resident companies, international companies in Nigeria as to their transaction prior to January 2020. I think we have the law. The very first is the source rule, source, S-O-U-R-C-E, source rule in Nigeria. The first port of call is section 9, sub 1 of CETA. Section 9, sub 1 of CETA says that the corporate income, gains, and profit that are acquired in, derived, brought into, everybody knows that, brought into, received in, or derived from Nigeria are fully taxable in Nigeria. And that phrase was eloquently interpreted in a Waka case. That's Tawfiq Karam, K-A-R-A-N, by Upaji, in which the learned justice mentioned, defined or extrapolated on what those phrases meant. The judge mentioned, Bobby could go to 28, slide 28 and 29. So the judge mentioned that the phrase acquired in and received in refer to income that are generated from within Nigeria. So there's no problem about that. And then the judge actually went on and said that the phrase derived from refer to income that originated from Nigeria by a non-resident company. And finally, he said that as to brought into refers to the phrase brought into refer to income that are from outside Nigeria that are voluntarily brought into Nigeria that are not subject to tax in Nigeria. Not only that, as I showed, Professor Oluwole Akanle also discussed this phrase. And what he said about the term acquired in, profit acquired in Nigeria, means that Nigeria has a right to tax that profit. and the payment on account of that profit will be made in Nigeria. So it doesn't matter whether the person the company making the profit is a digital company, e-commerce, international. There is a fundamental right to tax that income. And that also actually mentioned as to the word derived from that the origin of that income is from Nigeria. And therefore, in my own belief, that gives right to Nigeria to tax that profit. For example, in the Gmail profit that we mentioned, Gmail data that we all fill every day, open a Gmail account, open this account, open a Gmail account and do that. The users are from Nigeria, so there's no need that so they originated from Nigeria, and therefore the Nigerian government has the right to tax those the income. So moving on from there, another set of rights, another set of legal basis that will give Nigeria the right to tax the profit of arising from digital transactions or e-commerce transactions is withholding tax regime. I'm sure a lot of us here who have got to deal with the Chevron and most of these oil companies and general companies. If you do any business with them, they will withhold the tax because they know that the FR will come after them later. So if I know that and I'm sure that if Chevron employs people to make some advertisement for them, before Chevron will pay them, Chevron will deduct 10% from that, from the remuneration. So the withholding taxes are being in Nigerian legislation from beginning till now. And anytime a company engages in advertising, consultancy, management, advisory, or passive income in Nigeria, the payer, the person who receives that service, is obligated to deduct, the appropriate withholding tax from that. So it is my own contention that irrespective of the new amendment that came about 2020 up to now, those laws continue to be there. Moving from that, there is the section 20, section 13.2. Still remain. The 13.2A, E, and A, B, D, and F, the whole A, B, C, D, about the fixed base, dependent agent, turnkey contract, and the contract that are not attached to them. They are still there. So those are still there. So as you will see there's an India case I will discuss at the end, the issue of fixed base has now been expanded in other countries. In the case that I will show you, a company came from Spain and installed computers in India, by which it was able to make airline bookings. Okay? The Indian court held that considered a virtual permanent establishment. That's a virtual fixed base in India. So even without the SCP rules, the Indian courts were able to use the electronic use of computer to tap into the electronic internet service that we provided all the way from Germany into India to book airlines services to constitute the fixed base. So it's my contention now that the provision, the old section 23 to A, paragraph A to D, which they are still subsisting and they could be expanded. What is a fixed base? That if a virtual person can also be a virtual fixed base. Moving on, there is also under the BITA, there is also the deemed resident under section 10(1), paragraph 3 of the pay regulation, paragraph 4 sub 3 of the paragraph 3 of the first schedule of the pay regulation, and paragraph 4 sub 3 of the second schedule, as well as paragraph 6 sub 3 of the third schedule. Combined in the case of Ecotrade, Justice Clinton Uweze was able to provide a good explanation of what is supposed to be a deemed residence in Nigeria. A deemed residence is where a person, in that case, the issue between Akwa Ibom and Ecotrade was some people they are not on Akwa Ibom soil, but they were within the continental shelf, 25 nautical miles away from the shore. Who has the right to tax those people on and they are making humongous money? Who will have the right to, should they pay to the federal government or to Akwa Ibom? Okay, so the court in that case went to a lot of analysis and was able to determine what constitutes a deemed resident. So the same thing, if an individual or an unincorporated entity, remember the SEP came under the CETA. So before the 2020 the SEP. So what about individuals that are operating internet and selling? So that case will be available. And finally, there is deemed derivation under section 10, the 183 days. So if a human being, if an employee or a person spends 183 days in Nigeria, okay, in a calendar year, subject to other regulation under section 10.1, the person is deemed to be resident in Nigeria. So there is also a deemed derivation under section 10.1. So, and that would apply to individuals and unincorporated entities that are doing business via internet as well as doing e-commerce transaction via digital means. So there's under those, I believe there's a lot of law, and there's an exhaustive law that apply even prior to 2019 and 2020 that apply to liability or assessments of individuals and corporate entities to tax in Nigeria. But starting from 2006, Nigerian court started to evolve as the sound that talked about handling people. Then law hunters have learned to shoot without aiming. And then, so in the 2006 of the concert, so now I'm on a slide. Yes, thank you very much. In 2006, in the case of Eddie Comsa, the Court of Appeal actually interpreted what constitutes doing business in Nigeria. Remember the nexus for Nigeria to tax a digitalized transaction, there must be a nexus. In Eddie Comsa, the court said that what constitutes doing business in Nigeria. The court said that if there's a continuous practice of a vocation or a profession, or even on a permanent basis in Nigeria, a business practice, that will constitute doing business in Nigeria, even without a physical presence. And this was followed by the case of Gazprom, where although based on that, in that case, I believe the Court of Appeals, the Federal Court also held in the Gazprom case that if a foreign entity has a contract with consideration, that's earning of income or profit from that contract with a Nigerian entity, that would also constitute doing business in Nigeria. And finally, in Vodacom, that involved the bank service by a Netherlands company, the court held that that to do business, in fact, in that case, which were the Court of Appeal from the tax appeal tribunal to the federal court. The court actually looked at, the court assented that that doing business has evolved beyond physical meeting, that a person could sit in any corner of the world and transact business with anybody, anywhere, that Nigeria cannot afford, to close its eye to what is. In fact, the court actually said that tax law must be interpreted in I believe in an expansive and in a robust way, so that to catch up with the time. So in that case, the court held that the sale of bank services formed by a non-resident, any non-resident that contract with a Nigerian company is doing business in Nigeria. So, but what happened in those two cases was that those two cases related to VAT, and value-added tax is an indirect tax, which is not a tax on profit. So that means that that means those cases will not be so helpful, because what happens now, the non-resident company will just add the liability to the consideration, so it will pass to Nigerian consumers. So the evil that is supposed to be addressed will not be, transferred again in another mode. So, and thus came the Finance Act in 2019. So the Finance Act came in 2019. The first, the Finance Act, there was an introduction of Section 13C and E, in which to deal with internet services and to make them taxable. The legislature added that if a company transmits, emits, or collects data or images, sound, any kind of internet activities, that it will be subject to, it will be taken as engaged as having a significant economic presence in Nigeria. And then the new Section 13 sub 4 says that the minister is to make an order to implement the new SCP rule. So on February 10, 2020, the Honorable Minister came out with a rule, with an order, and that order stated that a company in Nigeria will have a significant economic presence, SCP, if it makes 25 million naira turnover or is equivalent. Don't forget at that time, a dollar was exchanging for 340, 350, 360. Now a dollar is like 500. So that's already taken overtaken. Anyway, so it says that if a company earns 350, 25 million turnover in a year, and it either transmits or downloads data or image and or other kind of electronic activities in Nigeria, or if the company uses Nigerian domain, or if it acts as an intermediary like advertisement, PayPal and all that, or if it targets Nigerians or sells goods or services, or provide goods or services by internet means, that will be taken to have a significant economic presence in Nigeria. So very wide enough, and it also provides that if a company engages in technical, managerial, or advanced service in Nigeria, that will also be and intends that 25 million naira threshold, which is very similar to the European Commission recommendation. But leaving that as it may, the order also provides that in looking at that 25 million, we look at the income of the associate connected persons, and connected persons were interpreted as those who are associated under the CAMA, as well as other people who are associated with that company, either by being involved in managerial, the control or capital of the company. So, for example, now if you're looking at Google now, look at the income of Gmail and every person associated with Google. If you are looking at Apple, look at the income of iTunes and other persons associated with Apple. So, and then it provides the exception. For example, if a company is from another country that has a double tax treaty that exempts, that if the double tax treaty covers e-commerce or digital transaction, or if the foreign company is only paying its paying salaries of its employees in Nigeria, or if the foreign company is paying for education services, or if the foreign company is a fixed base of a Nigerian company. Those are the exceptions that are provided under the order. But be that as it may, I'm not aware of any case whether that's been reported in the law report that has come up before any of the tax appeal tribunal or the federal court on this SCP provision, hopefully in the near future. The same thing The Finance Act also amended the VAT Act, as we have seen yesterday, made a new definition of what constitutes a good and service under the VAT Act. The VAT Act, it provides that the good is a good now includes physical goods that are physically present in Nigeria, accepted in Nigeria, but the most important one is section 2, sub 2, paragraph A, I think 4 of the new VAT Act that says that if a good will include good involving beneficial ownership and that are located, registered or exercisable in Nigeria. So I believe that addresses the issue that was raised in CNOOC versus Attorney General. So intangible goods now will clearly fall under e-good, like music, Netflix. They will now fall under the new VAT Act, and they are subject to value tax. And as well, the provision of services that are covered, whether they are rendered in Nigeria or provided in Nigeria and consumed in Nigeria. So the issues based in Vodacom and then Gazprom are now solved. So electronic, services that provide digitalized services that are provided by digital means into Nigeria, as well as e-goods, electronic goods, like the things we download online, are now subject to VAT in Nigeria. So, and as well, it took care of it amended section 10 of the VAT as well, so that a foreign company now, a receiver of the service from a foreign company will now, deduct the VAT and remit it to the FRS, even if there's no VAT, that's raised invoice that was raised by the foreign company. And then there is also amendment to the Stamp Duties Act. So the Financial Act 2019 also amended the Stamp Duties Act to say that electronic goods, electronic documents that are signed electronically, even if they are not physically printed, are now subject to Stamp Duties Act. The only problem I have with that is the FRS circular that came later that said that anytime anybody looks at a document, that means that document, that person at that time, the document will be subject to stamp duty at that location. That's the problem, because we know some offices that have different offices. So if I want to buy a piece of land, if I live in Abuja, I want to buy a piece of land, Port Harcourt, and we have an office in Lagos. So that means my partner looks at that document in Lagos, and I'm in Abuja, and the seller is at the seller of the property, that's declared in Port Harcourt. So they have to pay stamp duty in Port Harcourt and pay it in Lagos, because somebody has to tax in Lagos. That's a problem, but that hopefully that will be addressed later as things are progressing. But be that as it may, the Financial Act 2019 has tried to make extensive provisions to address electronic documents and electronic transactions under the CETA, under the Value Tax Act, and other Stamp Duties Act. Finally, there is also the provision of section 6A under the Finance Act 2020. So what the Finance Act 2020 now says is that individuals as well are now subject to significant economic presence if they earn for 35 million from digital transaction as well. So similar to what applies to corporate entities, we now have the same thing now applying to individuals. But just to round up, there are some 3 cases I want you to look at, and then there are, if you go to slide 61, there are 3 cases from India. The first case is Ricargo. Ricargo is a case that arose in India involving a Singaporean company that was engaged in booking transaction using Indian booking agents in India. So the Singapore company was in Singapore, and then the booking agents were in India. There was no presence in India. But what the court did was to say that, so there was a portal. The portal was in Singapore, but then there are some servers, the computer servers that will link up with the portal in Singapore. But what the court held was that the server and the portal, that they were integral, that they were part of a single unit, that you cannot break them. Remember in our border countries, the court held again that the service that is being provided from Netherlands will be useless if you are not consumed in Nigeria. That it was a consortium of those services in Nigeria that made those services taxable in Nigeria. The same thing in this Indian trade. The court held that the servers from India, the servers that are located in India to engage in those bookings, as well as the portal from Singapore, that they are part of single unit. Therefore, the Singaporean company in Singapore was actually doing business in Nigeria and in India without being present in India. The other case, which is on, I think on slide 62 or slide 63, was Amadio, A-M-D-A-E. That's one I said the company was in Spain. And then the Spanish company created a mainframe in Germany, so, in Germany, which now came to install computers in India. No physical, no employee, nothing. So, but the Indian court held that there was a virtual presence in India, so that the Spanish company, the owner of the German mainframe, that was doing business in India with the installation of the computer, will be subject to tax in India. And definitely there was the case of Verizon, also in India. The Verizon case involved is an end-to-end that this network and then airtime that we purchase in with company, which also the operator of that end-to-end network was in Singapore as well. The court held that there was a significant business presence in India by the operator, by the provider of those airtime that was being used in India. And the court held that the royalties, that the subscription fees that they were paying in India actually amounted to royalties. So that the money, let's assume that the money that we're paying to maybe let's say we're paying to get is it Niger Etisalat in Nigeria. If Etisalat is owned by a company outside Nigeria, that the money we're paying to Etisalat in Nigeria, which is being remitted to the parent company, will be royalties, which I believe will be subject to withholding tax. So in conclusion, I believe that the provisions of the Finance Act, both in 2019 and 2020, as to digital services and digital transactions are welcome. But irrespective of that, our courts are mandated to be proactive. We have enough laws. Section 9(1) of CETA actually says that any income acquired in Nigeria, originated from Nigeria, derived from Nigeria, brought into Nigeria, or received in Nigeria are taxable in Nigeria. The same we have the withholding regulation. If a person performs services or consultancy in Nigeria, such are subject to withholding tax. So irrespective and in addition to the innovation brought by the Finance Act of 2019 and 2020. So we have enough laws in Nigeria to tax any income. We cannot just allow people located outside Nigeria by remote locations come and tap the income from Nigeria without paying for it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I need to warn you that the forum is an engaging speaker, and he has what he has actually a doctoral thesis on the subject of taxing of electronic commerce. For our benefit, the paper without the footnote is already in our booklet, but we are going to send the copy to the footnote. Where you see the footnote, it's also more than 30 pages of it, so it's something we are going to really enjoy reading at our pleasure. I got a couple of points. We'll be taking a break now after our short interaction, or with the interaction with Professor Bayemi because time is people need to go to mosque now, and there are no mosques going to pray at 1:30. Many of our no, people are going to go. The mosque is not within the mosque here is not a Jumat mosque. I've been informed, it's not a Jumat mosque. So we are going to now take a break now, so that we combine, and then not is also sad. As well, we had our audience today. So those who are not fasting, they proceed to the Oriental restaurant. Those who are those who want to go to the mosque, we have made a chunk of bus downstairs. Bus is going to take them. And then so by 3 o'clock, we are going to 3 o'clock. By 3 o'clock. We are going to thank you very much. Enjoy your lunch and everything. We are coming back to you, please. Thank you very much.
The last presenter is about to leave, so if we have any questions for him, we would like to take the questions now before he goes. Any question for the last presenter, please? It took us on taxation of digital economy.
Yes, sir. Okay. Okay.
Yes, I thank the Prof for his paper. It appeared that his thesis suggests that the provisions of Section 9(1) CETA sufficiently covered the field, and that the innovations brought by the Finance Act 2019 and 2020 were perhaps unnecessary. I want to ask, do you find that those new provisions created a conflict in any instance in their interpretation side by side Section 9(1)? Or do you find that they are complementary and in any case help to clarify or add to what Section 9(1) provided? Thank you.
Please, you have another question? No other question. So you can proceed to the question.
Okay, I thought somebody was talking there. Well, at the first blush, you say that I can say that the both of them are complementary to each other. But when you look at the cut of the threshold, 25 million threshold of the turnover, that is required to kick in the SCP provision, the new provisions under the statute, then you find out some companies will evade, might not be subject to tax once they are unable to meet the 25 million naira threshold. Whereas under the 9(1), under Section 9 sub-1 of CETA and the withholding tax, there's no 25 million naira threshold. So I would think the existing provisions are stronger and will be much more effective. And if you take that in it gets back out of the expansion by Mr. Mojibola, this foreign companies, I used to work with a law firm called Tribunal and KK. They spend a lot of money on tax advisory. I'm sure Mr. Mishola, when he was in Alukan, will tell you, they spend on like Nigerians who jump to business without doing initial investigation. So they will study, they will put you on phone, they talk to their general counsel in New York or wherever before they come to Nigeria. So they spend a lot of money doing the research before coming to Nigeria. So they would have known how to use a loophole. So in a nutshell, the 25 million naira threshold, okay, is a loophole that can be used to, to escape taxes. Whereas under the traditional provisions, there's no threshold. So I think those are stronger than the new law. All right.
Sorry. So in that event,
yes, I can hear
would you then not say that an entity that is not caught by the new provisions can be caught under the old provisions, which are still extant? You can use the old provisions to say that as long as you fall within the categorization of Section 9 sub 1, whether or not you are within 25 million threshold is unnecessary, because I can use those provisions to get those companies within.
Yes. in addition to the withholding tax regulation. I mean, if you actually, if you look at the paper in the booklet, 3 cases. Okay, so they use because their section 9.1 is very similar to our own section 9.1 as well. So they use because we have the same legal history, the Indian law. So they use the same permanent establishment existing provision to interpret virtual operation by digitalized companies to catch the transaction that originated but that accrued income from India to carry them. So well, but to be candid, I mean, to be honest, the explanation in the that's always a beginning, like we all said, like we have all agreed today. These are new, these are innovations, new laws. So we have started from that. The explanation about emitting, transmitting, downloading data, images, they never existed under the old laws. So now we can catch them now. So as things go, we'll see when cases now coming before you. We now see the loopholes again, and then we can now, I believe the laws will continue to evolve. But for now, my final solution is that should the cases come before you, judges, commissioners, and the chairman, and you haven't, there are some problems about using the existing law to catch the income emanating from Nigeria according to those foreign companies. You are free to resort to the existing law to hold what could escape the tax of Nigeria while using the new laws. Thank you. Thank you very much.
I just wanted to find out, you're talking about tangible and intangible goods. You know that Google now has an issue with Australia, whereby Australia did not decide to tax Google directly, but instead used their Commerce Act to tie into those content developers of Google. And I don't think it's only Australia that has done that. So I think right now Google has a policy of paying, I think out of the money that they are supposed to pay content developers now, they now deduct some certain amount of money. I don't know if Nigeria is one of these going to be paying that type of remittance. I don't know what I want to call it, tax now, or just a commerce-derived money. So if you know anything about that, you can just throw some light on that.
I don't, but let me ask you. I'm not so the content developers, are they resident in
Yes, and resident in Australia.
And Google is from America.
Yes. Okay. So what the Australia has done is that it has used its own content developers located within Australia to draw money out of Google.
Okay. So,
but it's not a tax; it's a commerce-derived remittance.
Okay. Then what I would want to understand clearly is that it is the Australian developers who withhold the money rather than pay towards Google.
No, Google pays
to the developers.
To developers, yes, content developers. It's an intangible. So they are supposed to withhold some of the money and then pay to Australia. That's how Australia has got around that issue of taxation.
Okay, I'm trying to understand how.
I think you understand
Australia.
It's all the tax, but it's not called a tax. They don't call it tax. They just call it commerce derived.
Yes, but Google is outside. How can Australia? I don't know.
Because it's like this. It's like this. When you are a content developer on Google or any of the other internet platforms, if you reach a certain number of viewers or subscribers, I think 1 million, some amount of money is paid to you regularly, like a salary somehow. A commission.
Say you can use either Google or developer.
Okay, if a content developer located in the country gets up to 1 million subscribers, 100,000 to 1 million subscribers or more, they are paid a type of commission on their content. Because from the adverts that are made by Google that are displayed on the content site, Google makes money, you understand? Google makes money from the adverts displayed on the content developer's site. So the content developer is paid some kind of commission on that. So what Australia did was that Australia did not say, I'm going to tax you, Google. Australia said, when you are remitting money on the commission to your content developer located in my country, you have to withhold some amount of money, and then it goes to my country. It's a very big battle right now, in fact.
Okay, good.
Australia wanted to throw Google out of its territory.
Exactly. So
at this stage.
Was actually listed in Australia.
It has been present through its content developers.
Okay, I'm confused again now. If Google, hold on, please hold on. If Google is not listed in Australia, then it is
My room is 354, so you can put
because
it expires. No, but help me.
I'm just telling you that this is the way things are going now. So instead of Google paying you full commission to the content developer, I told you to remove some money.
Wi-Fi.
I know you said that, but my confusion probably we don't get the website.
Not too much. It was too much in the morning. Now I can to reach Aqua. Instead of
actually
no, what is happening now is that they are using the content developers who are Australian government. Australian government is using Google developers located in Australia as the location of Google in Australia.
Yes, but now, as you say, maybe I'm not getting the facts. Please just don't let's get.
Let me browse. I can browse.
Hold on, madam. But I'm saying this. I know the facts are not very. As a tax, before Google will be able to be told and will meet Australia, Google must have some sort of nexus with Australia. If it were the developers that are withholding, then I can understand the facts. Okay, so there must be an avenue for Australia to enforce that law against them. Okay, Nigeria cannot ask.
Okay, I would have liked to tie it with what Mr. Eze said yesterday, because he says that there are new ways of trying to attract Nexus.
So
this is very new, So I have seen that in the near future, other countries will follow suit.
I don't mind. I am supportive of doing that. If someone was asking me how can Nigerian government, I think the easiest other than cooperation is by navigating it. Unless there is a re-incorporation or registration by the foreign companies in Nigeria.
So I have browsed it here. So I've seen something that says explain why Google might remove the search engine in Australia. So it's called a news media bargaining tool. That's what they've done.
Okay. Okay. We need more facts just to follow. If there's any other kind of because there's a problem
my plan, right? It's a small of mine. Okay. There was a glitch.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm not. Each time I try to, for the, I try to use a little bit to catch up.
Professor, please. Thank you very much. While that is going on, we are going to have a 10-minute break, but we are not leaving this break. We have Uche is here to speak to us about health. Health is well, health is life, health is money. Uche, please. We have 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Uche Titus from Top Life Total Wellness. Yeah, I'm privileged to present to you issues concerning health and lifestyle. Unfortunately, I don't have much time, but I can assure you that at the end of my presentation, you will have something to take home. This is Top Life Total Wellness Management Limited. Top Life Total Wellness is a holistic and natural medicine company established by a group of holistic practitioners and naturopathic professionals. We aim at providing a healthy, progressive, and abundant life for Nigerians and Africans through the holistic and natural healthcare products. Our products are manufactured in the Philippines by 4MSPC Manila. At Top Life, we treat, educate, and change the lifestyle of our patients by working on their consciousness to know that their food is their medicine. And our vision is to connect people in health and wealth. Our mission is inspiring healthier communities by connecting people to real food. Before I proceed with this presentation, I would like to ask each and every one of you one question. How do you start your day? So many of us here, if I ask you how you start your day, some would start by telling me that they take a cup of coffee in the morning. Some prefer breakfast on bed, but I tell you it's very wrong. I will advise you now, if you're here and you have not started indulging into the hot water therapy, please try and do so. It's important, it helps a lot. Hot water, while eating all the day, fat and toxins deposit in our body. So drinking hot water daily in the morning flushes, clears out the kidney toxins and fat deposits in the intestine through the urinary region. It helps in our blood circulation. The hot water I'm talking about is not hot water that will peel your tongue. I'm talking about the water you can comfortably gulp. So you need hot water in the morning daily. When you wake up in the morning, get 2 cups of hot water before you take your coffee or whatever in the morning. Please, it helps for those that have high blood pressure, diabetes, cancer, migraine headache. It helps a lot. So food and lifestyle. So how does your food affect your daily life? Number one, if we get too much food or food that gives our bodies the wrong instructions, many of us combine a lot when it gets to their food. They don't know how to combine their food. So many people eat a lot of carbohydrates and neglect vegetables. Please, if you're in that category, please try and do something about it. It's very wrong. So we can become overweight, undernourished, and at risk for the development of diseases and conditions such as arthritis, diabetes, cancer, and heart diseases. Let me mention about arthritis. I've been attending to so many people, even in our clinic. I used to tell some of my clients, you discover that you are having pains on your joints, please reduce your carbohydrate intake and try to stop taking sugar. You are getting enough sugar from your carbohydrates. Taking an artificial sugar will add more problem to you, and diabetes as well, cancer and heart diseases. In short, what we eat is our health. But only you can make healthy choices every day. You are healthy, your health is why it is important to make healthy choices that can reduce your risk of untimely death. Your lifestyle and eating habits influence how well your heart and your body work and how you feel. Sometimes you may have healthy meal, but wrong combination gives opposite results. Please, if you are here and you are in the habit of taking citrus at night, also stop. It's very, very wrong. You're supposed to take your citrus between 10 o'clock, 8 or 10 o'clock in the morning till 5 to 6 p.m. Citrus has acid. Taking citrus in the night and returning to bed is like you are taking poison. Instead of it to add something to your body, it's causing damage to your body. So some of the diseases caused by wrong food is number one, diabetes. Too much of carbohydrates. sweetened drinks, saturated and trans fats, red and processed meat, inactive lifestyle, overweight. Some of us don't even make our time to go visit spa, do exercise. We work from Mondays to Fridays. We don't have time to attend to ourselves. It's very, very. You come back at night after the work, inactive lifestyle. After taking your dinner, you return to your bed immediately. It is wrong. Please, overweight. If you just find out that your weight is becoming too much, try and do something about it. Hot water will help you a lot. You reduce your carbohydrate intake, high blood pressure, hypertension. So a diet high in salt. Consume low sodium. Please, salt, too much of salt kills. And I will advise you also, iodine is good. Taking iodized salt in a minimum rate is also good. But I will advise you go for sea salt. Try and get natural sea salt. Mostly people that are complaining of joint pains, you can use natural sea salt for immersion. It helps remove the toxins from the body. The fat and cholesterol. When you're talking about the fat and the cholesterol, catfish is high in cholesterol. If you can get the catfish direct from the sea, go ahead and eat it, it's okay, but don't eat it in excess. But if you're talking about the pond fishes, please, catfish is number one, is high in cholesterol. So if you are in the habit of going to gardens every evening to go and eat catfish and take some drinks, please try and stop it. It is not good for your health. Exercise. You need exercise every day. You need exercise mostly before you go to work in the morning. You limit your alcohol intake, reduce stress, cut caffeine, eat healthy meal, eat leafy green vegetables rich in nitrates. It helps to manage blood pressure. Let me also talk about this. This is very common now among men prostrate, mostly men that are up to 40 years of age. By the time you start noticing frequency increase in number of times you pass urine at night, is signaling something that something is wrong with your prostate. Please go and check your prostate status. If you also do a body examination, if you like today, after the program today, you can go back to your room for the men, hold their penis to your body, stand before the mirror and check your testicles. If you notice inflammation, there is a signal that something is really wrong. Try and do something about it. Urgent need to urinate, passing urine more than 4 times a night at night, poor stream of urine. When you are passing out your urine, get to a stage it will cut and continue again. It's a sign of prostrate. Yeah, intermittent urine starts and then suddenly stops. Sense of not being able to empty your bladder completely, straining, having to apply pressure to urinate. It's a sign of prostate enlargement. So the balance of hormones in your body changes as you get older, and this may cause your prostate gland to grow. So I will advise you to prevent some of these things by eating healthy meal, taking supplements and herbal drinks, exercise regularly to strengthen your pelvic floor muscles, and limit your caffeine and alcohol intake. In conclusion, I would say God gave us organic plants and herbs for our health. Our forefathers lived healthier life on organic foods and herbs, but our generation moved away from such natural environment, and that has greatly affected our health life. I urge you to return to nature for longevity. What we eat is our health. God bless you and thanks for listening. We have a stand outside here. If you have any questions to ask concerning your health, you can come to our stand and we are conducting a free health check. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much. Since the COVID started, we heard a lot about vitamin D3,
vitamin C, calcium, zinc, all the vitamins, and we say take one a day. What are the dangers of taking all these vitamins at a time? Are there side effects so that we begin to drop them? So because vitamin D every day plus vitamin zinc in particular. So is there any overdose of supplements?
Thank you very much. May I invite the chairman or the chairman to come to the high table? May I invite the committee secretariat? Committee secretariat, ma? Ms. Yoni Anima, on the high table, please. Okay, King, Your Highness, I'm sorry. I sorry about that. Now, this segment is very important. This segment is very important. And quite important is the fact that so far we have had outsiders, technically outsiders, who have been speaking to us. Now, this is our own, our own discussion. And because of our duty as educators, as a tribunal member, as chairman, we must have come across so many issues. The TAT rules, the FRS law act itself, and the practice direction, and then the new amendment to the Finance Act. What are the issues that we think need to be addressed going forward? We have come from different parts of the country. We need to go back to our basis. We need to find out what are those things, what are the best practices that when we have a particular issue in a body, this is how we resolve it. Maybe someone from Gombe, maybe someone from Enugu will actually learn one or two lessons about that. Let the discussion be frank. Let us come up with solutions. It's not enough for us to identify a problem. It's not enough for us to say it's not possible or it cannot be done. Let's try to say, okay, this is the problem, and this is where I think it can be resolved. It's hope that at the end of this special session, we'll be able to collate these critical ideas and to drive the mandate of the TAT forward. I will now hand over to Ms. William.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chairman and Commissioners. I appreciate you all for your patience, patiently waiting since morning yesterday till almost 6 o'clock when we left here yesterday and this day. I thank you all for your commitment to carry TAT to the next level. However, I think it's very pertinent for us to discuss what concerns us amongst ourselves. We have quite a number of things that must have been agitating our minds. This is now our own family meeting. So let us open up on the rules of the tribunal, on the operational manual of the tribunal. What do we do? What do we change? What do we bring in? What do we slightly adjust so that it will be good for our smooth operation? Please, the floor is open for your discussion. Give the chairman for his own remark.
Thank you, colleagues. It's since 2019 we are meeting together as a family. Since our last meeting in 2019, and this wanted us to, I think it was after that meeting that one of us passed away. So usually there ought to be a 1 minute silence for the departed. It will not bring him back, but it will show that we one for all for one. It's a member of Lagos panel. I hope I'm right. So, and since then we've not met again. So perhaps, yes, at what point? Okay, let's observe 1 minute silence for our departed colleague before we continue. All right. May Allah preserve his soul in our Jannah Firdaus. Amen. Thank you so much. Prior, some people were not around when we announced that we visited the executive chairman of FRS, and we visited our former CS and current coordinating director, executive chairman's group, that is ML Abubakar. We produced 2 3D sophisticated plates for the 2 of them. One for Thank you. We are grateful. Yes, we are in order. So, yes.